Oh, Aeon, what's and welcome, greetings. I saw your message. I've just been Zerg-waved with everything. Nerd? Where? My God! Inside this very home? What an accusation. And Bacon, nice and unpredictable. Dustin, that's a first. Come on in, friends, come on in! Sturdy Kiwi, Angelina, come on in, come on in. Watto and welcome. And Dustin, just to let you know, that puts you in the lead. Kakazi, bigger boons! Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Yeah, give everybody a chance to get on in. Oh yeah, we got clocks to wreck and puzzles to delve into. My only gripe with the Puzzle Sicko squad is that by taking the time to really enjoy these games, we can't dive into all of them at all of the time. Oh, and Jamami, that's good to hear. Angel Colina, like I'm sorry you're under the weather, friend. You know, the pisser with these things is that all you can do is, you know, heal, rest, and or go see a doctor. Which always feels like the opposite of what you should do. At least for me, anyway. Not a doctor. Also, sorry if I sound a little off today. Had a really cool little consultancy chat this morning, which was really cool. I got sent through my invoice in a bit. Well, later. I bit my tongue while I slept last night. Something fierce. Like enough to wake me up. So if my voice is a little weird, or if there's something of like a slight lisp, that's why. Rod, sir, you can't get away from me. I'm always returning. Oh, so yeah. And yeah, I didn't get a warning about that till it started popping up again. And like, I will admit, like, I reactivated my Crunchyroll for Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm not proud of that. But the price of trying to watch it in other places was significantly higher. You know, it's not like I'm smoking. Unholy Glee, Watto and welcome. But yeah, we all have our sins. No, what is it? No ethical consumption under capitalism. Just try and do the most good that we can. You know? Okay. So yeah, I'll get Discord folks in. There's not anything like super spicy in game news. I mean, there's some weird stuff coming out of Amazon, and our good friends over at Aftermath have been knocking it out the park with like really good editorials to read. Hang on, you know what? I'm gonna drop it into Discord because I was reading the where was it? Yeah, here we go. Aftermath did a really good article about everything around mixtape. Not the game itself, but how multiple different groups have essentially manufactured controversy around it to feed their own media machines. And it is fascinating. It is also, I know I got kind of feelsy about it yesterday, but it is also what I mean when I say that you lot are lovely. Like, it's obvious, right? You know, the streamer for whomst his online audience is the very reason that he can afford to live. That person would say, like, you're wonderful, you're special, you know, that's a little bit. But I have actual evidence. I have actionable data to prove that you're lovely. Oh, but not for that person. Death by 1,000 cuts. No, where's the ban? Where's Super Ban? Okay. And they're gone! Boof. Kakazi, lift off, nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Suffer not the bot or the spammer. Suffer not the troll or the shitlord incel. The hammer purges all. Anyway, the thing is... God damn it, Dustin. Alright. Okay, the thing is, the article that I want to share with you all... And I'm just going to put it into general at the moment, is like... I'm not sharing it as a... Oh my god, look at all these terrible people, but like, yo... You lot are lovely, and we have a lovely corner of the internet. In a world of people kind of grifting and trying to use manufactured discontent to make people more miserable for money. And here we are, just fucking getting through it. Sure, we throw bricks at AI people, but this has been a lovely week to love video games. Subnautica 2 has, at Analyst Theories, already done 2.5 million units in a day. A day! Sorry. Okay. Fuck you guys. Sorry. Avenger, dust in your eyes. Fuck you personally. Okay. So, how you all doing? What you playing? Yes, I am reading Dungeon Crawler Carl. No, I have not finished it in 2 days. Actually, took a break from it last night. Oh!
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Elnis, seriously, thank you. Like, Jesus,
dance,
3 months.
Streamer, dance.
Like, how do you? I can't even put that into a logical shape. Thank you. All right. I also read that to the tune of Dance Magic Dance from Labyrinth, just so you know. Yeah, Jamami, also that. Although I do really feel there's a chaos comedy submarine game that's kind of a little bit Sea of Thieves and a little bit Are We There Yet, which had the unfortunate fate of launching today of all days. Poor buggers. Oh, okay. Anyway, let me get my 15 out of the way, you bastards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. There we go. I have to put my arms out just so I do them right. So yeah, like, Subnautica 2 success is wonderful. I do think we'll see Unknown Worlds ending up independent. Oh, fuck off, Moose! Sorry, Moose was like, does this whole exercise program make you the butt of the joke? You guys are being butts! 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Alnus, I mean, that's as it should be, right? You know? Oh, ass! Because here's the thing, like, you can go too far the other way. Toxic positivity is real. And, like, you know, don't coddle the streamer. Plus, even as much as this ends up aching later, it's probably doing me good. And, I don't know. It makes me feel like I've actually done something to earn all of your support. Because, yeah, this year, like, my mental health has been like, whee! Okay, so that's another 5. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to turn this into a whinge-a-thon. 1, 2, 3, 4, and another 5. Okay, so completely unrelated to anything. Do I have any of the armor? Why are you like this? One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Okay. Where are my Armored Core fans at? We are going to be getting a model of the Murder Prius, the first real boss in Armored Core 6. Okay. Okay. Okay, Blue Sky has been Blue Sky. Discord has been alerted. Let me just tell Blue Sky, and then we're ready to go. If you're in Mexico, today is a great day. So, while we have the next Gundam Hathaway movie coming up, which will probably be narratively dull as dishwater and be a visual splendor, if the last movie is to be anywhere believed. Legend, you're very welcome, and I'm not sorry. Project IG will be doing a Votoms or Vtoms series that looks fucking cool, that will come accompanied with new Bandai Namco mech kits. And we're getting more info about the next Pat Labor series, and I've got to be honest, I'm hopeful. It looks like it's trying to trick you into thinking it's going to be like a happy slice of life show about cops who also use mechs. And then I see little snippets of it getting like kind of messed up, and I'm like, you know, I forget who it was that described Darling and the Franxx as mechs for straight people. And that has been giving me life since I read it. I'm not saying Darling in the Franxx is necessarily bad, but boy howdy, the ending fucking sucks. I'm just going to tell you this now.
The Ninja Turtles are 4 reptilian
Oh
heroes
shit,
who
what
overcome
the
the
fuck?
Arc Villain Shredder.
Yay, what the fuck? Okay, just out of nowhere. Yeti, thank you so much. You hit 17 people. Let's go through your hits. Damn. You managed to hit Sonata Note, Super Malmo World, Uberdan, Gay Spork, Equalizer? Whatever. A Triumphant Obtuse, Failed Symphony, Deninclaw, A Man from Mars, Tall Buffalo, Rynerd, Jinia Jin. J-Post, thank you. You got Dynamaxing, Wolfos, Sleepy Time Bear, Facro, and Hagara. Is that celebration worthy? Terrors. Oh, PVS, that's so wonderful. Thank you. In case I was even a little bit sleepy, you all are making sure I am filled with disdain. All right, bear with me 2 seconds. You can have your dabs in just a moment. You fucking terrors. We got loads to banter on before we dive into Blueprint. So, Numbers and everybody, Watto and welcome. Okay. DJ Coyle says, I'm here for tunnel boxes and making fun of Crafton. And we're almost out of tunnel boxes. The thing that struck me this morning when I was sipping my coffee, they agreed to a deal on the proviso that Subnautica would succeed. They bought a company making a highly anticipated game and essentially gambled on it not succeeding. Like, what was their goal? Subnautica 2 fails, they take the IP and don't have to pay out the money? Like, what in the actual fuck was their business plan? It just, like, we've been talking a lot about, like, the corporate ills, but, like, no one made them buy Subnautica. No one made them buy Unknown Worlds. Crafton did that all by themselves. Oh, PBS has requested that, as the internet where they are is spotty, that someone please clip the double dab. Well, you wish for a show? I wish for an audience. Let's see if we can make it work together. Hapacha! Hapacha! Ha! That do anything for you? Megadeth? Anyway, it warms my heart to see Subnautica 2 doing great. It warms my heart to see Subnautica becoming a huge force in games. Fuck off! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Okay. So, well, PBS, we haven't had any trains today. Trains don't come by like they used to, and that's okay. Anyway. Hello, everybody. Coming in, coming in. Unholy Glee. I can't even take credit for that. Oh, and for those of you who are new here, by the way, so the squats thing was added. Last year, I had to ask for big-time financial help, and everyone was fucking lovely. And as a stretch goal, we added squats as a redeemable thing.
How much of fighting clocks is throwing hands?
There we go. Araman, heckin' thank you. And you're gonna see. So I am... PVS, I can thank you. Seriously. I only get to keep doing this because you lot throw in bits and donations. Like, that's it. I know this year fucking sucks for everybody financially. And I will admit, it does keep me up at night. But, thanks to you lot being lovely, I have a Steam Deck to play instead of spiraling in the darkness. I'm back on Thronefall. And I've now cleared all the levels. And I'm just, I guess, obsessively playing the roguelike infinite mode. Oh, and Dustin, DJ Coil, will do recap once we move over to the blueprint stuff. So don't worry, we'll get you up to speed. Oh, also as a little FYI, the Longship After Dark Dead Letter Department is finally up on YouTube. The long-awaited. Let me get me the. The long-awaited Nightmare edit was finally finished over the weekend. It was a half-terabyte raw video, but it was so good, I didn't want to get rid of it. So I finally got it edited, chopped up, re-rendered over the weekend and uploaded. The next pieces will be coming out in the next few days. If you've played Dead Letter Department, all I can tell you is that we got the longest ending. Without even trying. Oh, hang on, bear with me just a sec. Okay, and we're golden. Okay, so game news for today. There really isn't a lot. There's a little bit of drama and a little bit of like point and laugh stuff. The team behind Animal Party decided to host a fucking AI video contest, which they have had to immediately backpedal in a flurry of panic. Who could have seen such a thing coming? Is it Party Animals? I mean, it doesn't really matter a hill of beans, but the speed at which that backfired is so funny. Because anyone would have been able to tell them, don't do that. Oh yeah, no, it was an absolutely tone-deaf announcement. And like, I'm not just telling you all this just to, you know, again, for the fluffy, warm feelings, but it's just, in this age of kind of digital tribalism, it's nice to know that we're not some, like, strange, hateful bastion of anger, that actually, kind of everybody hates AI with a fervor and a passion. Yeah, obviously the big one today has been Subnautica selling massively, and I'm real happy for them. Like, I'm real happy for them. I guess a couple of other small ones. Apparently Amazon was still working on their Lord of the Rings MMO, which just got killed. And while it's not something we need to dive into, the people who are working on a project called Project Trident at Amazon Games have basically spilled all the tea on why it was a shit show and disaster. TLDR, management moved up the deadlines and then made everybody use generative AI stuff, which... Okay. So you remember when we talked about, like, Face Miner? Face Miner uses generative AI for the facial images. Now, they fully state all the data sets they used and how they put it together, which is why Face Miner gets a 2 thumbs up. However, for like a 3D game, if you were going to suddenly start putting in 3D assets that were generated by a, you know, an adversarial network or whatever the fuck they use for it, those assets wouldn't be the same as if Dave in the art department made them. Which means that even if the assets that were being pumped out by these like generative slot machines were good, you'd still have to refactor your whole art pipeline to make them work, even if they were good, which they're not, right? So imagine, it's basically, imagine you're doing your day job, your boss comes by, snap kicks your PC off your desk, puts a new different machine on, and then asks you to deliver your work about a year sooner. Oh, Aeon, and that's what it is. I was trying to say slop machine. Sorry, for those of you who weren't here at the start of stream, I bit my tongue in my sleep last night really badly. So if it sounds like I have a bit of a speech impediment today, it's because I have almost said tongue impediment. That sounds weird. Yeah, oh, is it Tuesday again? Well, this was what happened to one of Amazon Game Studios' now dead projects. And it's just fascinating. You know, obviously, my heart goes out to everybody on it, but damn. I'm trying to think if there's anything from the newsosphere that I didn't comment on. Nintendo have said why the consoles are getting more expensive. Yeah, nothing else massive has really come across my feed today. Oh, so some happy news. You'll remember Moss, the gorgeously animated VR game about the cute mouse with the grass sword. Moss, the Forgotten Relic, which will be Moss 1 and 2 smushed together, but sans VR, will be dropping this summer. Really hoping that's going to succeed. PVS, I know it's wild. I'm sorry you had to find out like this, but yeah. You know, after finding out that NFTs don't work and there is no magic multiplayer button, forcing your devs to use AI to generate assets for your game actually makes it worse. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. Talos Principle 3 got announced. Gary of Gary's Mod has said that they're doing their best to fight back against the onslaught of AI slop on the Gary's Mod 2 Essen box. And I'm still not calling it Sandbox. You can't make me Gary. I mean, you could pay me a large amount of money. But until you pay up, Gary, it's Essen box. I'm holding it hostage. There's nothing really to be saying on that. Like, teams like the Gary's Mod team are quite siloed. So I don't think they were expecting to just be under siege as hard as they are from people just trying to generate slop as fast as. So yeah. Trying to see if there's anything.
This is the mug store. It is a week since we have received our holy lord the business fish. We hope we never lose him. All hail business fish.
All hail business fish! Don't worry, business fish never left. He's still here. And when he's not here, he's in our hearts. Magneto got caked up as hell from Marvel Rivals. I only point this out just to say that it's okay to make games where everybody's hot, but everybody has to be hot. That's the rule. Everyone. World War II surviving legendary granddad Magneto included. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. You can't call Magneto racist, Grandpa. Nobody talks about it. They just do it. Anyway. There hasn't really been much else going on, right? Like, I think everybody knew today was going to be the Subnautica day. In terms of releases, I do feel bad for some of the titles that have dropped. Like I said, What Sub could not have had a worse day to launch. Like, price point, perfect. Hang on, let me just show you. So, you're aware, Subnautica 2 dropped today. It has done very, very, very well. And sadly, What Sub also dropped today. And you will immediately see the Are We There Yet meets Sea of Thieves, like, Chaos Muppet multiplayer. This is a game that I hope will have, like, a second life. This looks like it will do very well. Hopefully. However, it has launched the same day as Subnautica 2. Aeon, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think they committed to a date and didn't... I think they committed to a date and then hoped they'd still be able to get something. I mean, let's have a look. Well, it's a little confusing who the devs are. It does look like it was a self-published title. So, I don't know, maybe they're just running out of money and they have to get it out the door to start generating some capital to keep it going. But in that case, don't do it the same day as Subnautica. Do it the week before. Hell, do it a couple weeks after. Take a day off. Yeah. Wait till next week. Take the weekend off. Go to the park. See the kids. Pet somebody else's dog. I don't know. Like, it's not rocket science to say, like, don't launch the same day as Subnautica 2. But then again, I have to remember that we are in a much more fractured environment informationally than we've been. Right? The Longship's kind of fascinating because I'm obsessed. Not just with games, but also with the business around games, in a way that kind of keeps us looking at everything. Like, I want to talk about some of the Aftermath articles that they put out the last couple of days, because they're really good. Luke Plunkett wrote this great one, which is basically, who cares what an analyst thinks of a single-player game? Earlier this week, a third-party analytics company said that Savros, is it Savros? The PS5 exclusive sequel to Returnal, or quasi-sequel. Saros. What's Savros? Oh, anyway. Has only sold 300,000 copies. And Luke Plunkett put through this great thing of like, that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter to you, right? If you buy that game and you play it and you have the best time, you win. Like, that's all that you need to do as a person who enjoys playing video games. Maybe that's Legend. I was doing a Davros mashup. And Luke's right. Now, I talk about game sales and I talk about platforms and things because I'm trying to understand this industry. I'm trying to understand how my homies can make a really good game and also live off of making that really good game. I want all my homies to have healthcare and to not have to worry about making rent every month, right? And so to understand that, I want to understand the business of games and try and find that intersection where you can do good in business and good creatively, and everybody wins. And puns, whatto and welcome, coming in. Yeah, Alnus, that matters. But it seems almost like, now that the console wars are dead, that there must be other, like, friction points around games as a medium. Like, and that's the other article that I read, which I put it in Discord, it's in general. I highly recommend it, and it's about Mixtape. Now, Mixtape came out, it's done really, really well, and there have been a lot of interesting takes from a lot of critics, but there's also been a lot of bullshit made-up takes from a lot of different places. And what is fascinating is that different spheres of the internet have turned Mixtape into something to kind of fit a narrative, like something they need to be. So for some groups, Mixtape is evil. And for others, Mixtape is the, what's the term? It's the woke agenda at its zenith with paid reviewers. And for others, it's like, this is the whitewashing of culture. Yeah. Now, we've talked about this with essentially like the quote-unquote grifting industry, the incel industry, if you will. And this predominantly comes from the fact that Twitter now pays out based on engagement. The more talked at, liked, retweeted a tweet is, the more money an individual can make. And as we all know, you get way more of that with hate than you can with positivity, you can with support, and, you can with happiness. So there is now a whole industry that has turned that into their entire being. And you know what? They have to live in that misery. Like, I know that rots them from the inside out. Like, Alnus, right? Okay, sorry, Alnus was saying, I swear to Godzilla, if any games journalist was offered money for a positive review, that's a story. Yeah, because who is paying journos? No one. Like, journalists are no longer the grand tastemakers. You know this because we talk about this a lot, but it's like the complete contradiction that the grifter cycle has, that journos are simultaneously the gatekeepers and kingmakers of the industry, but they are also part of some like conspiratorial like super Illuminati deciding what games succeed and fail. Well, so DJ, I don't like that Aftermath has called it Gamergate 2, because it's a very different operation than back then. Like, what we saw back then was a hate campaign masquerading. Now, there is an industry around that. People make a full-time living hating things. Predominantly things, created by anyone who's under the rainbow umbrella, or anyone even vaguely femme-presenting. They need to have a villain of the week. And if they can't find one, they make one. But then there was also something from the other side of it, which is like the idea that buying mixtape is evil because of the connections through the chain to the super conglomerate blob that owns most of like the American media. And it's one of those things that you can make an intellectual case for it, but there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. We don't get to control the ecosystem. We're stuck in it. And that the only way to live in a state of like anti-capitalistic purity is, I don't know, live in the woods, talk to no one, have nothing electronic. And it was just so wild to me to see how these different digital tribes all operate. And then here we are in the middle, being a bunch of, I don't want to say grown-ups. I hate the idea of that being my only denomination, but like, we actually get to sit here. We get to love things and talk about them critically, but not for the sake of making a buck. You know what, Hamsnator? You are entirely correct. There is one thing that's ethical to consume under capitalism. Long pig. Billionaire. But yeah. I don't know.
I don't think I could consume billionaires ethically. It's too rich for my blood.
It's bad for your heart, friend, yeah. Too much of the fatty red meat. Puns, thank you. Bits. Yeah. And I'm not saying this, again, just to pat us on the back and say, like, you know, we are perfect and special with no flaws. Like, we're a tiny little...
I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I say consume billionaires unethically. Make it as unpleasant as possible for them.
I couldn't possibly comment. Well, Fearless, good luck, friend. Good luck. Good to see you, mate. Seriously, and PVS and puns and all of it, thank you. You know, I guess one of the things that I love about this space is that I can just be 100% honest about what you lot chuck in, where it goes. If you lot... I would say that a good day here is when we get to get deep into a game, enjoy it, celebrate it, or we get to look at parts of the industry and like pick it apart like you're taking apart a clock and understand all the moving pieces. It's the games that we love and celebrating them and finding things we didn't even know we were gonna love anyway. I've always seen my job as being like, hey, I'm not just your little inner tab Tamagotchi. You know, if you're stuck trying to clear out old build installs from your workstation and you've got me nattering on in the background, fuck yeah. Oh, Alnus, I don't even want to... We'll get to blueprints. Yeah, the Tamagotchi. And, you know I don't have like a fucking holiday home in the Maldives or some shit. Everything that you lot chuck in, that pays for rent, pays for bills, and lets me live. You know? I'm doing better than your Tamagotchi ever did. I don't know. I can just sweep the poop out of camera. It's fine. But in this age of digital tribalism, I also have to wonder, like, how much are we responsible for our own happiness? Because the thing that I noted is that when mixtape exploded, i.e. there was loads of coverage of it and people were talking about it, most of my folks were like bitching about how it wasn't really a true representation of like the quote-unquote Gen X experience. You know, at the time the game is supposed to be set, that's not what it was like. And I think that's a fair criticism. There was also a few friends that I saw who sadly were talking about how other titles that tackle a similar topic didn't do as well because they felt that mixtape was a very white Americana version of being a teenager in the 90s, and that was the reason for its financial success, and the other titles that represented other cultures didn't do as well. Well, and Legend, the thing is, it's not really out of the loop. Like, ultimately, mixtape is a visual playlist that is meant to evoke feelings of nostalgia for certain groups of people. Oh, out of the loop specifically. And Chonros, like, that's fascinating. Like, I can't stream mixtape because it's one of those experiences where the music is key. You know, like, you can't play Sayonara Wild Hearts with the sound off. You shouldn't. And I'm fascinated to see what it does because it is trying to evoke a very specific emotion. But also, I was slightly too... Oh! Well, J-Post, heckin' thank you. And yeah, I hope whatever movie you're going to go see, I hope it's awesome. Where's my Steam? Oh shit! It's sending me gifts at 9 o'clock in the morning? What the heck? Yeah, well, and so Hawks, that's the other thing about it, is that the songs in mixtape were ones that were very commercially successful, that came from a time when people were defined by their music tastes. Like, the Smashing Pumpkins is not a small indie band of, like, you know, weird homies. They were an international, worldwide rock band that made stupid money. But they came from a time, and I know you know this, but they came from a time when people could claim like an emotional ownership of bands like that. You know, but no, I wasn't listening to those things at that point. I was an Incubus fanatic. Predominantly the first two albums, Fungus Amongus and Science. I had my secret, which no one really knew ska when I was at school, and it was too cheerful for, you know, the groups that I was hanging out with. But I definitely was a secret ska head. I was a huge fan of, like, nu metal because that was a cool thing to be into. No, Hawks, I was constructed around the 80s. Ah, J-Post! Two homies both sent me some Norca 2! Homie's gonna homie. I don't think I can re-gift the extra copy. This is the Hades Boon choice. One of the others will start tacking. Yeah, alright, which of these can I take in a fight? Ah, shit, neither of them. Secret Scarhead is the new social deduction indie game. Do it. Scar defines me as a person, and I will never turn my back on Scar. Okay. It doesn't say what time each one was sent, and Steam's kind of broken. Okay, so if I decline, the person gets to re-gift. Okay, so I'm going to accept the one from Dulce D because I haven't spoken to them in a while, but J-Post is a regular homie, and I can be like, hey, you know, you can give it to somebody else, or what have you. Whereas I don't know if I reach out to this person if I'll actually hear back from them, because I don't even know what time zone they're on. So I'm going to be smart about it. And also, we look after the homies. broken this whole thing. Camille beat you to it. Natter to me on stream about it, and we can scheme. Okay. Okay. So, J-Post, if you ever check the VODs, come talk to me about this. And, yeah, Camille, if you ever check the VODs on this, thank you. I'll have to message them about that in a sec. Now, I will say, my
Reactor
current...
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Ninja summons, douche! Camille, how the hot heck are you doing? Miss you, homie. What's going down? Thank you for Subnautica 2, alright? I don't know when we're going to be putting it on the docket, because with the last two Subnautica games, we've done them at version 1. But you know I'm going to stream it. You know. Foolish mortal, forsaking a gift from the very gods. Sorry, but before you popped in, Camille, they were joking because both you and J-Post gifted the same... They gifted Subnautica 2, and it was like that thing in Hades where you have to choose one god and the other one gets pissed at you. Oh yeah, I gotta write a nice review for Snap and Grab, because that game was great. Aw, Camille, that's real good to hear. It's real good to hear. Well, I looked at both and was like, which of these could I take in a fight? Neither. Fuck. Well, also, I don't know what the time zone difference is, so I know that I'll see J-Post on another stream. Scotty, no, actually, I did not get to the second game. Snap and Grab was brilliant. I got stuck on one of the late puzzles, so I still... yeah. But, okay, and Camille, you'll love this one. There's always a fucking shark. In Snap and Grab, we had to steal a teacup shark in a heist. Oh, shit! Camille, one of the reasons why I've been bugging you, I thought you'd moved. I've been so out of the loop with okay. Well, I hope it's going real good. And, you know, give my best to your best. That's my boy! Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Oh yeah, no. Actually, let me show you one more screenshot as to prove why Snap and Grab is worth your time. If you do the individual photography mission, they put it on Crimes Magazine. With us giving a corgi a hot dog. Ketchup is over. 10 trends in condiment chaos. If you didn't see it, Snap and Grab is a non-combat Hitman's type game where you use photographs to plan your heists to steal shit in an 80s style setup. Oh no, it is amazing. One of the brilliant things is, you know, in Hitman he puts on different outfits, and that allows him to sneak past security. Your character, despite being the most famous photographer in the world, just puts on a different hat, and everyone's like, wow, I don't remember you at security guard school. Wow, you must be the new chef. It's wonderfully ridiculous and so funny. I stalled out yesterday because the puzzle I got stuck on, and also my brain was just giving up the ghost. I needed to use my puzzle sicko brain, and it just was not happening. God damn it, Moose. I mean, accurate and fair, but goddamn it, Moose. But yeah. Numbers 100%. Sorry, Number said, never have I been so offended by something I completely agree with. So yeah. But yeah, like, aside from the bantermancy, there's not really anything to super talk about in games. Like, there's drama in varying circles, but it's that kind of like midweek Thursday, nothing you need to super worry about, but the kind of thing that gets clicks. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there was one thing else that was doing the rounds, and I'm desperately trying to remember what it was. But my brain has decided that, no, we're not getting that file. File not found. I'm gonna defrag my shit. Start some drama. I don't know. Say something incredibly heinous about, I don't know, sharks in general. Okay. But honestly, like, it's not a bad thing to have at least a couple of days free of, like, games industry chaos. And, like, so, Camille, when I finally checked the gift subs, we were talking about, there's been a whole bunch of, like, nothing sandwich drama around the game Mixtape. And I'm just like, I look forward to playing it. Like, I look forward to seeing what, picking up what they were putting down, you know what I mean? Obviously, I won't stream it because of all the licensed music that's kind of required for it, but I don't know. I loved pretty much all of Kevin Smith's early films. I'm not just actually, I saw Mallrats before Clerks, which is probably the right way to do it. And Chasing Amy is one of my favorite movies. And one thing that's really interesting is that all three of them are kind of all three of them are evocative of a nostalgia that I never experienced firsthand. You know, I didn't grow up. I grew up in the fucking boonies. Like, there was one gas station within walking distance, and I say walking in the loosest terms. So if you wanted to get like an ice cream or something, put your walking shoes on. Like, when I talk about, like, renting, you know, videos as a kid, it was that same gas station that had, like, one thing. So I would often end up with super odd movies. Occasionally we go to, like, fucking Storrington, of all places, and they had video game rentals, which is where we got Metal Gear Solid. But it was in a rental box, so we didn't have the codec from Merrill. God, that's probably why I'm so into puzzle games. Because we had to just brute force Merrill's codec. Not even joking. Anyway, but I did find that Kevin Smith's early movies were so evocative of a nostalgia that I could at least appreciate it, even if it wasn't one I hadn't lived myself, you know? I was too old to be, like, into the grunge movement as it was circulated outside of Seattle, you know? When grunge went commercial and went global, I was a little bit too young. You know? I did mean that I was, like, feet first into new metal. I know, so cool, so cool. The fact that there is now Fred Durst nostalgia I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. But I think something like Mixtape is going for a general nostalgia that I'll be fascinated to see. And it's lovely being in a sphere of people that get that. You know? It's lovely being in a group of people where we don't have to argue whether games are art or not. They are. Some of it's commercial, some of it's creative, some of it's weird, some of it's bad. But it's all art. Nah, I mean, Fearless, you would have regretted it if you hadn't. God damn it. Moose with...
Steps into wibbly wobbly, timey wimey machine waves. Anybody else remember lens lock protection?
New. Fucking new. Scotty, thank you for the 200, mate. I was just gonna... Moose was saying, does Fred Durst nostalgia come all at once? Or in some kind of Fred burst? Get out. And please come back. But then finding out that Fred Durst played the dad in I Saw the TV Glow definitely warmed my little heart. You know what I mean? Vern, they've been funny for the last hour. Where were you? I've been dying out here. How you doing, friend? One thing that was really interesting, if you weren't in yesterday's stream, Professor Nels was doing kind of like a talk stream before coming on in about, is Subnautica 2 art? Now, we've already kind of answered that within our philosophy of it, but what Professor Nels was putting forward was this, like, Subnautica has lots of very artistic choices that were from the jump, that have carried on into Subnautica 2, but Subnautica 2 being a sequel has much more of a commercial pressure to succeed, and does that skew the creation? I think that's a fascinating conversation. I don't think it's gonna. One thing that was very cute today was in one of the post-launch interviews, they were saying that they still have no plans to add guns to Subnautica 2. They plan on keeping it very much like the first one, where, you know, you scan animals and you can distract them or avoid them, but killing them, even if you stun them and then use a knife or something along that ilk, won't reward you. But one thing that was very funny was I won't name, but one specific country seems to be asking for guns. And I was just like, huh, does anyone hear the screech of an eagle? Ah! Gun eagle! Well, so so Aeon, absolutely. Commercial pressure to succeed does not precondition something to whether it is or is not art, but it can change its trajectory. And I guess, just in case someone's lurking and didn't know, I believe it was Subnautica 1, the choice to go non-combat was a direct response to, I believe it was Sandy Hook, which was a terrible, terrible thing. Obviously, you don't need me to tell you about that. And with natural selection being very much a, it's Space Marines versus aliens, but more in that kind of like, well, post-aliens vibe. Hoorah, Space Marines! Every day in the core is a picnic, and all that. And the aliens were very much like Zerg-inspired hive mind. If you never played it, Natural Selection 2, just bring it up. Sorry, I know for some of you it must seem like I'm explaining how to... Natural Selection 2. It must seem like I'm explaining kind of like the basics at you every time. It's just, I was reminded very recently that we have a very, very high games literacy. And that not everybody was in the fucking Half-Life 1 modding scene and then stalked a mod-turned standalone RTS shooter at a time when an RTS FPS hybrid was an impossible concept. And true, Aeon, like, Subnautica not doing any kind of shooty gun bang does make it stand out. that it is not a game that does not have conflict in it, but that you ultimately, long-term survival is based on understanding your ecosystem and either being in harmony with it or fucking avoiding it. Like knowing when to run or knowing what to do, rather than just like damage output versus defense. Yeah, and Scotty, like, that's something that can happen so frequently. The Longship is special because you're not all here just because of me. And my knowledge is not infinite, but between us, like, as a crew, there's very little spheres of gaming we don't have a grounding in. Maybe I'd say fighting games and esports. We don't really have many people that are in the modern fighting game community. And esports is its own weird world. More buggy. Well, Verdant, we've got people that are in the not in the Hoyoverse, people that play Hoyoverse titles and, you know, the bloody Horse Girl game and whatnot. Hell, I'm on my Gundam game. I haven't logged in as much as. I was working through... I was finally starting the Witch from Mercury campaign. It's gay! Though I'm very sure the Mobage is going to be like, they were roommates. But, yeah, so I just have to remember that the historical grounding and knowledge that we have when it comes to games is well beyond most squads. And, I don't know. So yeah, please forgive me if I'm being a little bit more, for those of you who don't know, but we've gotten a lot of new homies out here in the Longship, and we're kind of scarily knowledgeable as a group. like what the fuck? Gay were roommates. Oh, sorry, and this is one you probably don't know unless you've either been here a lot or you're a Gundam nerd. Basically, Gundam Witch from Mercury, the two main characters are very clearly into each other. And there are some very, very direct visual clues at the end of the series that state that, they... however, the parent company, I believe it was Sunrise, tried to say that, no, they're not in a relationship. They're just... They're not together. It's because of the political machinations and... Yeah, sure, mate, sure. So, why does one person have their bowling ball fingernails clipped in that one scene? Why is that? Must just be my imagination. It's for bowling, of course. Oh yes, and jumping back. Nullark, yes, that was natural selection, because we were just talking about how, like, where Unknown Worlds came from, and then actively choosing to make their follow-up to Natural Selection 2 be non-combat. Literally, like, no guns, as a rule. It's fascinating. Yes, Natural Selection and Subnautica are canonically in the same universe. Unholy Glee, I would say more like a sapphic air raid shelter, but yeah. That's something that's always amused me, because you can tell that the creative team that made Witch from Mercury wanted to state with no uncertain terms, but not make it like either overt or male-gazy, at least in my humble reading of the text. So they just went, no. If you know, you know, and that is proof. Sapphic foghorn. Yeah, Lyoshi, and that's one of the things that when I find, like, talking about, like, video games, the business, often makes me appreciate games more. Because, like Lyoshi was saying, that it's impressive that a studio that made their money doing this... Fuck. Okay, I didn't know that was going to happen. I meant making a hard sci-fi first-person multiplayer shooter with RTS elements. Fucking hell. Would have their follow-up game be a non-combat survival game. Well, again, not non-conflict, but like no guns allowed. Yeah, you can't write this shit sometimes. And now, thankfully, because the Subnautica team were independent when they first started doing this, like, they've been very honest about their path. Like, Subnautica was born out of some, like, fast, rapid iteration prototyping that even at, like, a basic grey box stage, it had that secret sauce, and they decided to take it and run with it. I think that knowing all of these things can allow you to appreciate the success of Subnautica 2 more. You know, like, they've fought off Craft On, they've bucked trends face first, and the fact that they never acquiesced. Now, there are lots of people who have modded guns into Subnautica, and that's okay. If people want to do that, they can do that. You know, if you want to slather your steak in ketchup and have it well done, you're wrong, but okay. It's your taste bugs, your tummy, all right? But I really appreciate that the dev team sticking to the, no, this is our artistic intent. Legend says, my favorite gun fires papers. Ah, that's brilliant. And DJ Coyle, that is fascinating. I didn't know that. Oh, and numbers. They were roommates. There's a Vine. Yeah, of a woman on the phone walking past saying they were roommates, and the guy goes, "Oh, they were roommates." But there's also this long-running joke of, in history, they will refuse to acknowledge gay couples or queer couples. You know, and it'll be like, you know, so-and-so lived with their best friend and roommate for 20 years and no one else. And you're like, huh. So yeah, the other joke is that, you know, historians would have called them roommates. Yeah, and Alnus, that's what's really cool. Sorry, Alnus was just saying that the shooter audience that they had built with natural selection were really supportive of Subnautica. You know, they didn't go like, oh, you've taken all our stuff away. And I think that's because, like, Subnautica is a horror game. And it's a story game, and it's an exploration game. And it's very much, they overpromise, as they underpromise and overdeliver. And yeah, the audience really did like it. And now we're seeing the sequel drop, even after Craft On tried to kill the project, or at least sabotage it enough they didn't have to pay out bonuses. Which I still find fucking funny. Now, just a quick aside, if you're wondering why we as a squad don't play this more, sadly, Natural Selection 2 is old. This was originally being developed as a Half-Life 2 mod. The team pivoted to make it a standalone game, and that's why they founded Unknown Worlds proper. It is still reliant on, to my knowledge, it is still reliant on dedicated server hosting. So it means that without either money or time, one cannot simply just get a squad together. That's just how Steamworks games were back then. And with the success of Subnautica 2, with Subnautica and Below Zero and now Subnautica 2. I can't see them going back and doing a rebuild. Like, if you can get a server going and get enough people together, you can still play this. But what was fascinating, though, is that they made the that creep, that infection tech, they made that work in real time back when that was an almost impossible ask. Yeah, and sorry, jumping back, like, yeah, Hut, Simple Chaos, Unholy Glee. Yeah, history is full of those. To quote Hut, these two noble women left their husbands and lived out their lives together with their cat, Sappho. They were such close friends, they shared one bed and a scarf collection. What? And Fearless, hell yeah. Fearless was just saying they love the way that modders can take an engine and then do something that was never intended to do. Yeah, because essentially it's like a public version of what people at least used to do with sequels, right? Because when you are modding, you don't have access to the pure source, but you're working with a complete game. When you hit jump on your mod, there is already a game that is fully formed and working. You're bolting on to a fully functioning ship, as opposed to a video game where you have to build a ship whilst you're also sailing it. But back in the day, you know, one of the reasons why sequels were such a big deal in video game types was because all of the features and functionality that you couldn't put in the first one, put that in a sequel, you know. I still think, you know, Warcraft to Warcraft 2 to StarCraft is a really great way of looking at that. You know, these days sequels hold a lot more, and with the majority of titles being made out of off-the-shelf engines, that also changes the dynamic a little there. Anyway, I'm not telling you stuff you don't already know. But yeah, to those of you who are diving into it, happy Subnautica 2 Day. I hope you're going to have a great time. I will be saving it until I do... like, I hit it at version 1. I don't know if we'll do multiplayer or not, but when the time comes, I'll be taking your advice on it. So, yeah. If any of you would like to, we can set up a spoiler thread in Discord if you want to talk about Subnautica 2. Because I have a feeling you're going to want to... I have a feeling you're going to want to. I don't know what would give me that impression. And yeah, honestly, friends, I think that's about it. I haven't really done anything super interesting since last I saw. Obviously, I'm loving Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm not going to spoil anything. But I didn't read any more last night. And yeah, I told you all about the, you know, the varying giant robot news. The first proper boss from Armored Core 6 is going to be a model kit in the future. And it looks fucking massive. The I think we called it the Murder Prius. I think it was like Ballatus or Ballatrus or what have you. The first real fight in Armored Core 6. Or aka, how I learned to stop hating the bubble gun. Yeah. But then again, like DJ Coil, I wonder if they'll take early access into account with how they lay out the story. That'll be fascinating. Poor WhatsUp. Poor WhatsUp. Has anyone noticed? Oh. Why would you launch this on Subnautica Day? You fools! It's like every time I think that what we talk about and what we discuss must be so obvious to everybody in the industry, and it's not. And I should even say the industries. Oh, so now this is a little bit of drama, so it's not something that you have to be aware of, but just if you ever find yourself in a situation where you are having problems with reviews, talk to someone before you post. So this is Outbound. Outbound's been on a lot of people's radar for a while. It took a lot longer to release than people were expecting, but it's a non-conflict. I can't even call it craft and survive because it's craft and have a cute little camper van. You have your adorable little van, you go on adventures, you know, harvest resources so that you can make stuff for your van, explore shit, what have you. And it's not been having the best of launch. Yeah, craft and drive. Like, it's not bad by any means, but it's not had a huge bombastic like super launch. And the devs have not been handling it well. Craft and go drive. Thank you, Moose. They've kind of been, I think so. Oh, well, I guess they did Above Snakes. That came out in 2023, which did fine. It's a top-down isometric, piece by piece, create your own world in this relaxing Wild West world builder. You know, you can see those stock assets at play, but from what I heard, this game was just fun. You know, it's got that faux Wild West vibe. You unlock more regions as you explore. It's kind of cool. You know, nothing to hate, nothing to like super duper write home about. But it seems real good. The horse said nay. So Orzine, I don't know if it's Carcassonne-esque. I think it's more like that, the map builder one where you had to slide pieces of the map around. But basically, Outbound, it sold good, like over 600 views, but it's had a ropey launch. And they've had some drama with the Kickstarter backers. And the Kickstarter backers have been very, very grumpy. But alongside the Kickstart, they also have Day 1 DLC that is not going down well. And they have been begging for people to change their reviews to positive, which also has not been going down well. It's just, you know what? There's nothing really to deconstruct on this one, only to say that, remember friends, if you ever find yourself in hot water on the internet, talk to someone first. You're going to feel like you're alone. You're going to feel like you have to post. Take a breath, take a beat, talk to a homie. Don't beg your players to change their reviews. Because, like, ultimately, this is hitting a lot of beats that I enjoy, you know. I enjoy any game where your vehicle is also your base. I enjoy slow games that aren't necessarily conflict-based. I refuse to call it cozy. I refuse. But, you know, this is something that I would quite happily play on my lonesome. I probably wouldn't be able to stream it just because you'll know what happens when I play games like this is I just kind of like stare at the screen and drool out of one side of my mouth. Yeah, all survival game, no shark. What's not to like? And this one is Outbound. Self-published, and it's done okay. But yeah, they're not having a good time with it. And it's just from, you know, mishandling of PR stuff. You know? Now, I will say, all post-release DLC is post-release DLC. And anything available on day one is day one DLC in a technical sense. But in an emotional sense, it is worth noting that. So for this one, because it was kickstarted, people are grumpy about this one, the school bus adventures that gives you a school bus. Because at least for what people have seen with the amount of money they put into it at Kickstarter versus where it be, it's not been gelling well. At least as far as my understanding. But you'll notice that the Outbound original soundtrack is not considered part of that day one DLC. I don't know how well original soundtracks sell, especially on Steam, but it's just fascinating what users consider day one DLC and what isn't. And users are only mad about it if there are other problems at play. You know what I mean? Yeah, Orzine, mobile base builders are a rare breed because they're fucking hard to make. Not Mads, which is, while it may not be having the best launch, I think just stability and like a very young dev, this is the kind of shit, right? It's like a high magic fantasy craft and survive where you have this big super fluffy cat that at first you raise them, and then once they're big enough they can wear a like magic gravity harness that allows you to build a base on their back. Ooh, you know, Avenger, I've got to try and remember that. Avenger says if you have one problem, user sees one problem. If you have 5 problems, a user sees 100. Yes, because they will then start looking at things that may or may not be a problem and equating them thusly. And it is always fascinating what issues users will just go, don't worry about it, versus what will absolutely like drive them up the wall. It's one of those things in game dev where you have to accept that the people who play your game and the people who make your game, you, are 2 different groups. Because you have poured blood, sweat, and tears into creating your game, and you know how difficult certain things are. And then users will complain about something that's almost fucking asinine. And it's like, that doesn't matter. Do you not see this thing over here? And that's the problem. Like, sure, the users are complaining that the napkins are the wrong color, but the user's complaining the napkins are the wrong color. Sure, it takes you 2 seconds to swap it, or, you know, it doesn't matter when you've served them this incredible beef Wellington. Man, I've just got cooking on the brain today. I'm not even hungry, I've eaten. My plan, apropos of nothing, my plan this evening is if nothing changes, I'm going to do pork chops with a garlic, chili, lime seasoning, and then just like either taters or fries. I'm still working on my potatoes gratin, and I want another crack at it because I put too many taters in too deep a small dish. It was still delicious. I mean, it's potatoes slow cooked in butter and garlic. Like, can't really fuck that up. But oh, I feel as that sounds good. These days, like an oven pizza feels decadent. Now, Layoshi, I do agree with the communicate early and clearly, but one of the other things I always say is like, set an expectation of communication and stick to it. I.e., if you are doing regular dev updates and regular conversations, if there is drama on a Sunday night, Don't reply on social media. Wait till Monday, talk to the team. Ooh. Actually, Legend, my current favorite, this is, again, apropos of nothing. There's a, I think it's like Newman's Own, does like a margarita of the oven pizzas I've had. Fucking good. The doughs, because I'm a bread fiend, so if the crust is good, I can forgive a lot on a pizza. I can zhuzh up toppings. You can add more cheese, but you can't make pizza dough better. But yeah, well, you're right, it doesn't sound like a pizza, but it is. Also, from my last paycheck, my little treat was, I guess this will only be a thing for Scotty and any of the other lurking Brits, but I got some of the Pizza Express house dressing to dip my crust into. Because I'm going to try and recreate it. It's basically like somewhere between like ranch but better and a vinaigrette. And I'm going to learn how to make it myself. But yeah, sorry, I got off topic here, but this game is having a bit of a rough start of it, but it has this this base premise that absolutely could rock socks. It's just first team, like you can see the rough around the edges from the initial trailers and stuff. But, you know, it's that thing of you can fix bugs, but you can't fix creativity. You can zhuzh up the pizza, but you can't change the dough. Oh. Simple Chaos is on a burrito and harito. Unfortunately, the burrito is rapidly losing structural cohesion. I know it well. The deliciousness paradox. That the more delicious the burrito, the more likely it is to have like a complete structural implosion at about the midway point. I still love Haritos because in my head, they're still hella expensive, like fancy soda that you get with a burrito, because that's what it used to be in London. In my head, Haritos cost like $6 each. So whenever I have one, I'm like, oh, a little expensive treat for me. Okay. So friends, as we're creeping up onto 4 o'clock, who is going to be tapping out when we head over to Blueprints? Because, you know, as always, I hate doing games where I have to shoo people away. But in the same breath, Blueprints is so good that I wouldn't want to spoil shit for you all. And Legend, that's understandable. So just let me say one more thing. So, again, Camille and J-Post, thank you for gifting Subnautica 2. J-Post, if you want to gift that to another homie, or what have you, just, you know, it's that you all thought of me when my greatest fear, the video game, the sequel to, dropped. And I do want to say, like, thank you all just for everything. Like, this month has been scary, and I don't mind telling you now that it's not a worry, but it got real close to not making rent o'clock this month. But we're good. We're good. I'm not telling you that as a worry. We don't need to do another, you know, Snareway or another Will is Brutal challenge. And that's just the nature of 2026. Everybody's broke. Shit's hard. I understand that. But I love doing this. Whether we're playing puzzle games or doing gay crimes, or tomorrow we're gambling. We're playing Gamble with your friends. It's going to be very funny. But I love doing this, and thank you all. Every day that I get to sit here in front of you all is a fucking gift. So, cheers and thank you. Now, puzzle sickos, we've got shit to do! where's my book? Ah, there we go. Ah. God. Maybe I should auction off our notebook when we're done. No, I'm going to want to keep that for 1,000,000 years. Okay. Ah, fuck, I hate this setup. Sorry, No, I don't mean this... You know what? Ignore me! Whose baby is this? Okay, so blueprint should be updated. And you've all got a sec while we're getting into it, but... Yeah. Just... Thank you all. Let's get controller plugged in. Oh. And Blueprint's actually sounding like a full game for once. So yeah. Ozine, I'm here to be a weirdo! And that's where we get on. Okay, so, as I said, we're going to hit go in a second. So for any of you that need to alt-tab out, you've got a moment. Yeah, happy Subnautica 2 to those who are celebrating. And Puzzle Sickos. Puzzle Sickos to the front. Puzzle Sickos to the front. I'm in a weird place with Blueprints in that I simultaneously want to finish it because there are so many games I want to bring to you all. But in the same breath, I want to play this for as long as humanly possible. I want to do as many puzzles as possible before we call it. Because I'm pretty sure there's going to be like one grand moment. Just because of like the way people have been talking about this, like there are still theories and conspiracies and concepts that the fan base are kind of putting together. But this experience has been brilliant, and if we ended up having a moment like in Elden Ring where we find a whole nother mansion underneath the mansion, I'd be happy. Oh, Hamsternator! We are on day 87. We hit credits somewhere around the 30s. You are extremely, extremely far from done. Layoshi said to Hamsternator on the question of, to the puzzle sickos in the house, I stopped playing when I reached the credits. How much have I fooled myself into think I'm done? Layoshi just went, Twitch chat cannot contain the amount of ha that I would need to type. No! Simple Chaos, no! And I will say, Hamsternator, if you need to tap out to avoid spoilers, I do understand. I'll give it a couple more minutes before I do or say anything that gets us into the new shit. Wait, just look at the mountains. It's so pretty. Throw a coin in river. Ah. I didn't grow up nearly this rural, but the place I grew up was within walking distance of the South Downs, which isn't really a mountain range. It's just a big flat hill. Had some burrows on it though. You know, like in Hobbs Burrow, had some of the ancient burial grounds up there, which was kind of cool. Okay, we're gonna pick our outside house and then get to it. Now, one thing I did think, though, is that we could do, when we're done with this one, we could do a vote as to what puzzle game to do next. Because there's basically... Oh, well, Hamsternator, ask away. There's basically like 3 puzzle games I'd like to do next. So there's TR-49, there's the Rat Line, but then there was one more. Oh shit, we need the shrine, don't we? Dave of the Cloister. Oh, sorry, and I was just laughing at Simple Chaos with the old jalapeno salsa in the eye. I still think of that comic all the time of just like the kid comes in crying and has been chopping peppers. It's like, oh, sweetie, rubs eyes. It's amazing the things that bring you joy throughout the day. Game got me paranoid looking at tiles. Okay, so squad, we don't have any blessings right now. Do we still need the magical swapsy outsy blessings? Sorry, Simple Chaos with old Will laughs at children's pain overguard, they called him. At his trial! I can watch kids falling off bikes all day. I will admit that my life is getting me down reel of short clips that I go through on TikTok. Does indeed contain one of my favorites is one of those pumpkin rolling contests in San Francisco or somewhere like that, where they take a pumpkin and try and roll it down the hill and see if it can survive and then how far it goes. And there is this one where a child gets completely cartwheeled, like up in the air. But what's so funny about it is that the dad steps out of the way and doesn't say anything to the kid. Like, just opens the door for his child to get completely bodied by a gourd. Ah, good times. In this house, cheese roll you. Paranoid and looking at tiles. Truly the Blueprints experience. Fucking right. Yeah, do we need to do any more shrine swapsies, or did we succeed with the true shrine? I think we succeeded, at least for now. So I guess we'll just go for like, was it 10, 12 for blessing of the rotator? Oh, he was saying Blessing of the Tinker, because that could work for removing the boxes. Do you remember how many coins Blessing of the Tinker is? And Jackie Fox, like, good on you. We haven't done a Battle Techmas in a while, but during lockdown, I did make everybody watch the whole of that series while we drank. It's a good time. Which is canon in the Battletech universe. Oh my god, Scotty, that one I always come back to. It's someone using like a homemade watermelon catapult, but it swings around and smashes it. Jackie, it's on YouTube. It's just on YouTube. The whole thing. This was years back. This was 2020 or 2021. 11 for 3 days. All right. Boosh. Thank you, DJ Coil. And also, DJ Coil, thank you for doing the clock puzzles. That was extremely welcome. Okay. Dustin, you here? Because I know you were asking for a primer. Hey, Jackie, you went on a mission, you found it. I don't know if there's anybody that has like broadcast tape quality or anything like that, but the other thing I did for the Battletechmas was I found a bunch of adverts of like 80s and 90s stuff, and I snuck them in the playlist in between to have like commercial breaks. Pretty proud of that. But yeah, and I'm just going to say this just in case anybody doesn't know. I know I talk about it a lot. The Battletech cartoon is bad. It's so bad, it's brilliant. And what they did to canonize it was not make the events of the show part of the story of Battletech. The events of the show are a cartoon that was made inside the universe as propaganda for children about how dumb and stupid the clanners were, and how the might of... and how the might of House Steiner would be able to push back the clan invasion. Sorry, I'm trying to get the... I'm trying to get the lab or the security room before we start drafting. Fuck. Okay, we need code check. Sorry, Alana says, you snuck adverts into the main show. Bad to the bone, Riff. I'm still haunted by that fucking dodgeball. Oh, and I just made a long... just made a long choke point there. Oh, good. Watch me not get the lab. Alright, commissary. I need you more than I need gems. Okay, the shovel and the metal detector are both worth it, and the salt shaker. So, can't hate it. Ooh, that's very handy for us. Okay, let's see if we can draft the... money? Let's see if we can draft... Yeah, if we get the security terminal or the office, we can draft... What happened to Will? He's stuck again. If we get anywhere with a computer, that means that we can then access it and then start drafting some of the good shit. Piss. You know what? I'm going to do Chamber of Mirrors. Because if we do Chamber of Mirrors, there's a non-zero chance that we'll be able to draw... Once we get the lab, we'll be able to draw multiple... versions of some of the workshops and things like that, meaning that if we can make this all line up and make sense, heavily salted orange. If we can make this all make sense, then we should be able to clean out the hallway. Okay, so Dustin's not here. Okay, try not to take that personally. But let's go dining room. Story so far, or at least the puzzles we're working on right now. We're trying to clear all of the crates out of the long corridor. Okay, yeah, let's look at the big book of puzzles, because I made a list of the puzzles we were working on. We're trying to get the red crown to the throne room. Now, we got the blue crown to the throne room and didn't activate anything. And also, the fire starter did not light the candles in the throne room. So whatever else is needed to be done with the throne room, we haven't cracked that one yet. We need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to get 2 more sanctum keys. We have solved all of the Sanctum puzzles we've done so far. We're going to try getting the treasure trove outside. Oh, we need to get the clock tower. That is the next big one that we need to do. And in the event that we get the clock tower and we miss 1:30 in the afternoon, we can do 1:30 in the morning. So if we get the clock tower, prepare for the and then Will talks too much show. We did the garden and the super hammer. So to my knowledge, we have now done every super hammer wall we need to. The big ones we're working on is the word puzzle downstairs, the castle puzzle. Yeah, the castle puzzle and the keys. Once we've done all of the Sanctum keys and have gotten all of the postcards, we will then know Herbert's journey. And then we can solve the post-antechamber puzzle. Shh. Moose. Moose, shh. I'm pretending. Did someone say a double dining room? Don't mind if I do. We have 2 lunchboxes. All right, who's fucking hungry, I guess. All right. Okay, we're taking the lab. All right, please. Oh yeah, and don't eat any apples or fruit until you've used the computer. Okay, experiment setup. Continue the experiment. Unseal antechamber doors, gain a star, permanently increase your lockpicking. So it's lockpicking, and then our choices are each time you find trash while digging, each time you eat an apple, whenever you draft a shop. I think digging's going to be more likely with the shops are rarer than the other rooms. We've got the kennels, there's going to be dirt everywhere. Yes, Chonos, we do have a shovel. Yes, Akari, the Final Fantasy 15 promotional special. There's nothing like adding Bahamut steaks to my ramen cup noodle. The flavor of salty and meaty combines to make the perfect snack and or meal. Exactly, Scotty. I mean, this little fucker's rich enough, he could just buy a tiger. God. I mean, this one's probably just me and Scotty for this one, but Scotty, did you ever watch Matt's Million? I always think about that one. And you know what it is? It's because ultimately the ending of Matt's Million is Matt decides to use the money to just keep making video games. Okay, Matt's Million was a short-lived kids show in the UK about a kid who makes like a stupid video game on like an old-timey computer. Like, I can't remember if it's supposed to be an Amiga or a BBC or what have you. Anyway, he decides to finish his game. I think his mum gives it to some software company as like, oh, see what my son did, and it ends up selling shit tons, like absolute shit tons, and it's like massive in like South Korea or something. And so this kid in like fucking middle school goes from just being a normal, like semi-detached, you know, townie to being a millionaire. And it's all like the way his life changes and the moral twists of it. The two bits that stick with me is that the first thing he's like, I want to see it. And so they show him what £1,000,000 looks like. And he's like, can I take it? And I'm like, yeah. And so he takes like 10 quid. Like, what are you going to do with it? So I might buy a chocolate bar on the way home. I mean, what are you going to do with it? I don't know. Because, like, that number is incomprehensible to a single person's life. And then ultimately, he goes through the trials and tribulations of, like, learning that being affluent makes you a dick. And you can't just buy people off. And ultimately, at the end of the show, he decides that he had so much fun making a game, he just wants to make another game. And that's what he uses his money for. Both. But in my defense, Alnus, it was on regular telly and I didn't know. Okay. Oh, Vert and Dash, what and welcome. Let's see if we can find some trash. Yeah. That's the ugly shopping district promise. Help me. I'm too rich. May all of you suffer that problem, dear friends. And mostly, yeah, so I can... Oh, I have fucked up massively. In my quest... in my quest for this chaos, I have unwittingly painted us into a massive bloody corner. Okay. Alright, I've got to take the chapel, but... Speaking of being silly rich, I see you, pig. One day I'm gonna break you open. One day. Okay, firstly, excuse you. Secondly, give me my orange. My heavily salted orange. Yeah. There's a reason that it's called the reason it's a sacrificial pig and not a sacrificial, you know, salmon roast. Alright. We might as well check the little side bits. See if we can why are you closed? Oh, because you. There we go. Okay. So I guess it's that one which opens up the... Yeah, the main hook. Okay. Puzzles. There's always a lighthouse. There's always another fucking puzzle. Oh, there we go. No, I don't want a second hallway closet. Get out of my house. I knew this was going to be a waste. You know what? It's one of those, I knew it in my heart of hearts, and I did it anyway. And who can I blame? Not Business Fish. I didn't even want the first closet. It could have been something sick. It wasn't, but it could have. I appreciate your enthusiasm. But we got to open this pit up. My manic chasing of... Alright, come back when I've got a... Oh. Yeah, my manic chasing of the laboratory to try and unlock all the boxes definitely put me in a bad spot. And we're refarming stars after the last time we did a desperate... Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, we want to avoid the cross, and we want to avoid the mad face. Because he's so grumpy. Do passageway. It's not like we're not going to get the Corridor again. I gotta open this pit up, and we need some places to fucking dig. And all of these are bad. Maybe the break room will give us a fucking cool key or something. That's all I can think. Alright. Dear math nerds, I need your help. I summon thee. With the pact of old, math nerds, come to me! Oh, did we fuck up the last one? Yeah, that's very easy. 19 minus 15. It's just 4. Okay. Hang on. Is that 5 times 2, 10? Minus 14? Are we back up 4? Oh, minus... Oh, yes, no. Yeah, it's 4 again. So that is 10, minus 10, add 10, 10 again. Okay. I mean, yay, Secret Garden. The likelihood that Secret Garden's going to have a bunch of places to dig and stuff. I mean, this might be a bum run. Okay, passageway it is. It's gonna be real fucking confusing to get out of. Drawing room, at least let me roll a few more times. I'm starting to think that maybe the Chamber of Mirrors was not the right play. But... at least my logic was sound. Fuck it, workshop. At least get something out of this, you know? I do wonder how we're going to do it. I.e., my gut tells me that to make the scepter, we're probably going to need the bracelet, the pendant, and something else. I mean, hell, we don't actually know for sure if that is what we need to be aiming towards. Alright, power source and... yeah, some kind of rod object. So we have the handle, which is the closest. The scepter usually has something spherical. Okay. Jonas, that's a good point. We did get the achievement for doing every combination in the workshop. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Akari. We don't know if the scepter is a contraption or otherwise. Okay, so log into network. Oh yeah, so Aeon, once we got internet connection, we could download more experiments. One of the experiments permanently increases your skill at lockpicking. So whilst what we want is to be able to remove the boxes from the tunnel, we didn't get that option in this particular run. So actually, we're not going to do remote terminal access just yet, because what I'm hoping is that we can get a few more experiments procced, and that way, back to the boiler room. As long as we've got enough steps to get back towards the as long as we've got enough steps to get ourselves back towards the dining room, we have 2 full meals to eat later. It sounds decadent. We forgot about the business fish! Fuck! What was the other key from the archives? Where was it? Archives key. Archives key is under grill. Archives key under grill. Patio. Okay. We've got no protection against any of these. Archives right now would fuck our run. So we got to go to the shitter. A place where nothing happens. The end. Thanks for biffing that up. Okay, so I'm going to work on the other side now. God, these double hallways get confusing fast. Ah, free key though. Unbekeevable. Nah, that was bad. I can do better. Damn it, Westwing Hall. Place has turned into a fucking horror movie. It's just like creepy ass hallways and nothing else. Kitchen. We got money. I don't want us to accidentally run out of steps. Besides, we can get the club. Heavily salted club. Observatory it is. I mean, Simple Chaos probably. Simon's been spending most nights shitting in the woods. Don't worry, I see Angry Face and I see the cross. And we are avoiding both. Heavily salted turnip. Simon's not making it to 30. We don't need the steps, but the keys are very useful. Okay, come on, patio. Come on! It's weird, like, with the removed gem cost and the Hall of Mirrors...
You got a root veggie. Guess that really makes you the US gaming turnip, eh?
Proud of that one, Bacon? Proud of that one? You've been waiting for that one? Terror. And Bacon, thank you for the bits. Which I feel I am emotionally obliged to say thank you for. We don't have a hammer. And we don't have enough keys to biff on boxes yet. Just hope we can find something. Fuck. Yeah, we'll go locksmith. We gotta. Stop telling everybody you're dead! But I hope you're having a good day, friend. Like, I mean, every day's a fucking challenge these days, but the games are good. And friendos have been very lovely today. If I can get 2 more coins, I can buy 3 keys rather than 2. Okay. Dead Bacon tells no lies. I can still hear his voice. Hello, yes, I'd like to complain about workplace harassment. My friends are harassing me while I am streaming. What do you mean? No, what do you mean? I'm not allowed to call 911 about this. That's the joke. I would never call the popo. Okay, 9 keys. We still have the workshop. We have so much food. Okay. Fucking hell. Alright. We need some dice or something. I mean, yay. Yay to the attic, but damn. Okay. In the attic. April 12th, Miss Marigold. To the left. Left to the stairs. Keep going further back. Aha! Alright, well that we couldn't see.
Hello, this is the rep for the Chatters Union, local 420. We'd like to express our dearest condolences over the loss of one, at Bacon_Avenger.
Chatters
God,
Union.
but never forgotten.
Oh, I mean, the irony is that if we look to the actual technicality of it, I work for you lot, so yeah. Simple chaos. Thank you for the bits. Seriously. Okay. So we have an X and we have another O. Now, I believe, let me just make sure I've made screenies of both of those. Yeah, okay. Now, this corresponds to the other puzzle we've seen from the security room. But that now means we have an X and we have an O, but that's been scribbled out in red. And then once again, there's her ladyship with both the bracelet and the necklace. I just wonder. Okay. Let's see if we can get much.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How goes the puzzling?
So, Holy Bus, we just started. Currently, we haven't gotten anything that we need towards the ones we're working on. What we're trying to desperately find is a key in the patio to open up one of the special filing cabinets in the archives. Alongside, we were trying to I'm going to go Corriard. Security would get us more lockpicking skill, but we don't have a sledgehammer, and there's a non-zero chance we could get one here. Ah, well. So yeah, we pretty much just started. We started a little late today, and we had loads to talk about, and then both Camille and J-Post gifted me a copy of Subnautica 2. Skill and lockpicking's gone up. Let's go. Office. All right. Although it is unlikely we're going to be able to get into the main spot, but hang the fuckity uck on. So we have two pictures, right? We have two pictures from the security room cameras. One says A, delete this. The other is O, with it scribbled out. A is the first word of archive. O, first word of office. Which means spelling some shit out. It spells meow. Well, Caffeine, tell spell I say, meow. They'll know what it means. How you doing, mate? We are... Well, I think we just worked out some cool puzzle sicko shit. How are you? And all of these suck. I'm gonna go dormitory. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Kokaria University. This was big hints for that one puzzle we actually did pretty good on. The oars, the globe. And Caffeine, how you doing? What are you playing? Homie, like, tell me your tales. And Moose, actually, I meant to ask you the same. Like, what's been going down? I know we have been well overdue a, like, proper sit-down mod meeting. And to quote... Oh, man, we got to go on a long walk to get back to the... to quote... the original ending to Destiny 1, I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. Oh, is it warm down your way? It has been lovely Seattle chilly over this way. I'm not just talking about the food. So funny. Okay. Yeah, this takes us right down to food time. Ew. So we'll hit the double dining room, we'll have double dinner, and then we will hit the security room and start trying to work out what the other things are. Now, I don't think... You know, we have a lot of keys. We do not need 11 keys right now. Yeah, well, see, Akari, the thing that's so funny is that Seattle actually has gorgeous weather. Like, compared to the UK, it's like head and shoulders above. And the standard issue, like, Seattle-style rain is really just like a light, gentle misting. Okay, dinner number 1. Proof. But what about second dinner? Don't mind if I do! Yeah, Seattle has great weather, and sometimes brutally hot summers. Not brutal in terms of, like, heat compared to the rest of the world, but just, much like the UK, there's no infrastructure to deal with heat out here, so... Okay, where the fuck are we going? Please don't let me forget to put the Emerald Bracelet away, because that is what has been saving our asses through these runs. Okay, so chapel, den, hallway, observatory, drawing room. Okay. Okay. Oh, security's up this way. Alright. So, here we go. Puzzle sicko friends. Okay, now, security was one of our... Alright, fuck off, mate. Windows trying to be helpful. Chamber, boudoir, pump, office, chapel, greenhouse, workshop, laboratory. No, where's security? Here we go. Okay. So, this is the picture. 2 and 2, 4, and then 3. Okay. So, we know 2 of the letters. We know the O. And if we go back through our notes, so many notes. Somewhere around here, we have the other The A. Wait, no, we know it's the annex because we can see it. Annex is the little one top. One in from the side. So that's A. Now, the next one is Nook. Is it Nook or Breakfast Nook, do you reckon? Because I think that's spare room. So Nook. So let's theorize that that's an N. Because An makes sense. Okay. Now, along those bottom three, we're in security, which is an S. Ooh, the no upgrade version. Okay, so we're in security. But then we're also next to showroom. Wait. So if that's office, the one next to it looks like the storeroom, which would be S. That is the nursery, so N. Next to that is the gallery, so G, which would make that middle row song. Now the top one is... It looks like the spare room, right? Maybe. But next to it is not the... Okay, so let's assume spare room. But, oh, what was it before, though? What was the unupgraded version? Because we turned it into a spare room. Or spare... Oh. Yeah, because we turned it into a bedroom. What was it before? It's still spare. Bedroom is the option. Okay, Chornerus Akari. I love that you all are on it. Now, that's another S. Now, next to that is her ladyship's dressing room. Fuck. Because, yeah, I do see that there are some rogue... Okay. Going along the bottom row, we have one of the hallways. I can't work out which one from this angle. I think it's just hallway, not West Wing Hall. But then the one next to it is security, which is an S, which doesn't fit. And then next to that is the showroom, which is an S. So unless that last one is something song ass. Yeah, so I'm guessing like that bottom one would be HSS. Now, I do want to take note that there is one more TV here on the side, TV atop that, and then this little TV over here, just in case they are valid. That is the ballroom at B. That one is the pool for P. And the vault for V. That doesn't seem to fit anywhere, but I just want to make note of it in case we have to come back. Because, like, the other 5 on this side, we have 1 for each row. 1, 2, 3. But then we have 1 and 2. Like, that one is the library L. The music room M. The nook again. The vault. And then that is the wine cellar. Now, is it wine cellar or just cellar? I think it's wine cellar, so W. And those don't seem to add anything. They seem to complicate it. Well, Aeon, once we get them all together, we'll know. But currently it's S blank AN an song HSS hus. I mean, Akari, you can anagram Swan Song into it. Now, to delete this, could that mean that the annex, the archive shouldn't be used? Okay, so yeah. Spare room. So that one up there was wardrobe. Okay, so we got Swan Song, but then the last row is just HSS. Hus. Hallway, security, showroom. Akari, 1 million years dungeon. That joke was bad and you should feel bad. 1 million years dungeon. Okay. So again, I'm just gonna get a screenshot of this. Bronx, what and welcome. So we just found the extra message inside the attic, which gave us another clue as to what the screens are saying. But it seems to be Swan Song HSS. Now, we know Swan Song's the password. Swan Song, Herbert St. Sinclair. Hang the riggedy fuck on. We haven't found Herbert's logon to the the Blackrock system. If his username is just HSS in the main security system, he would be using his similar password of Swan Song. Okay. Oh! Why not try that in the security terminal? Just because Chornerus... we've got enough keys. Fuck it, why not? The only reason I was thinking of not doing it in the security terminal was so that we could telnet into the shelter. That way... Hang on. Give me 2 seconds, friends. I realise I am many coffees deep, and I desperately need to piss. I'll be back with you all in just a second, alright? I'm too busy in a puzzle hole. Wait for me. Okay, hello. Right. Now then. Okay. Oh, turn off the BRB needs tea. So yeah, that was the only reason I was saving it, but, like, are we gonna be... Do we even need the shelter effect? Because I don't think we do. Yeah, once again, acronyms being the bane of my life. Knowing my luck, though, we'll continue up this side and then get a fucking dead end or something. Oh, walk-in closet. It has to be the foyer. And I know at some point, I know these statues are going to be, like, instrumental. I'll do classroom because we absolutely need... Dice! Did I just manifest a pair of dice? Did I just do that? Do I have powers? Oh, Chornerus, what did you find in classrooms? Or just that we found something there? We got 4 redraws, so I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. See if we can just open up one more slot. Ooh. That's fucking cool. Chonros, I'll give that a try in just a sec. There we go. Vestibule. Okay. Nothing today, but that's definitely going to be one to check. I did not clone the Dice Goddess. We just... There was a misinterpretation as to the demise of Dice Goddess. Okay. Stop telling everybody you're dead! Caffeine's fine. Bacon's fine. One of these days you're going to get me into trouble. You know what? Fuck it. Casino. Because there's nothing else we can spend cash on here. We don't have the... We don't have anything super spicy here. I'm going to roll on the 100 coin. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Bacon says, Will, you don't get the toaster set. You don't get the toaster unless you collect the whole set. Yeah, and my old toaster's fucking naff. Poor bugger. Alright. Just to make sure there's nothing you want to spend money on. Alright, here we go. Wheel of Silly Money! Let's go! Oh, you absolute gobshite! It's my casino! How am I getting robbed in my own casino? Bullshit! Fucking bullshit. Fucking Duralius. Okay. So this wasn't a banger, but we're going to head down towards security. Or up towards security. We did increase our lockpicking, so it's not completely lost. I mean, okay, you're right. The house always wins, and we are technically the house. So, like, eventually it'll all come back to us, right? But... Grumble, 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 grumble. Sorry, Moose says, the house always wins means something different here. Yeah, a little bit, what's the term? House of Leaves. This is like the non-murdery House of Leaves. God, such a mission to get back. Oh. No, I didn't pass security. Because, again, because this one is using the House of Mirrors, it's really hard to navigate. But, okay, so let's try open to Mount Holly security. Log into network, Swan Song, booth. Here we go. Remote access terminal. View remote terminals. Okay. I mean, sure. Can connect the shelter via Blackbridge. Jordan says, so for the password due to delete this on the A, Schwanshong's radiation monitor. Is it enough? Nah, it's not enough. Right, never mind. Okay, so we've got a couple of things that we can try for passwords. Now, to my knowledge, we haven't come across any other computer systems that would require passwords, right? Okay, and it's hallway observatory, hallway den. So the only other place we could start trying to use passwords in the ilk would be free apple. Would be the main server computer systems outside, right? I'm going to check the Emerald Bracelet now, because fuck me, that has... Having the Emerald Bracelet every run has really opened this pit up. Okay. Poppy? 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 Oh, Poppy. Where are my dogs? Is it just you? Where'd everybody else go? Well, now I'm worried. More turnips. Okay, check item, Emerald Bracelet. Done. And hey, we leveled up our lockpicking. I don't know if there's a way we can actually check to see how well our lockpicking is done. Thank you, Simple Chaos Unite. It was getting a little bit touch and go there. We almost dropped below 103 steps. Splash cut to me at the beginning of the game, desperately trying to count my steps so I can make it back. Simon here waddling around with 2 full porter steaks running around in his belly. Okay. So. Blackbridge. Okay, admin key. HSS. Admin not found. Alright. What was the other... Herb S. Herb S. Admin not found. HSS? I don't think... Okay, admin not found. Alright. Oh, sync H? That could work. Admin not found. So what does this security password get us? Swan Song HSS. Delete the A. Swan. Oh, because I mean we can try that as the admin key. Swan. Admin key Swan Song. Admin not found. Now, it could be that there's another super whooper computer system that we haven't even found. We did hook up the freezer to the power, and that did not result in the new server stuff coming online. Because one of my feelings was that, you know, from that cutscene we saw, this bit is offline, and we saw some, like, binary flashing up there. And I thought that maybe we needed to power the computers inside of I thought maybe we need to power the computers inside of the freezer to maybe get those going, but I don't know. Okay. Thoughts, feelings, suggestions, critiques. It's worth a shot. Swan Song HSS. Admin not found. Okay. 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 Sorry, my apologies. I was just looking through some of the picture notes that we have to the side here, seeing if anything shakes loose. Because delete this was specifically to the A, and the O was scribbled out. Okay, look, Akari, that is a solid maneuver, and we have more steps than I know what to do with. So, all right, let's head back in. Because again, the only other big puzzle that we can chip away this time is whatever is going on with the castle downstairs. You know, the big reason why I was going for that one was that we've been using the same password for the system for most of this. Fuck it, why not? That's a good point, Akari. Swan Song is the license plate for the car, with the A and the O removed. So, fuck it. Let's see what we get. And if it is, we want to go back to Black Rock. We've got 95 steps. I don't got anywhere else to be today, friends. Well, I mean, I don't have anywhere to be any day. Except here, but you know what I mean. Okay, so, log on to network. Swen Seng. Incorrect password. Okay. Swan Song HSS. Incorrect password. Damn it. The cops are onto our hacking attempts. Okay. So Akari, I'm 100% sure that is the hallway, not the corridor, because of that little vase in the middle. And as we get a little closer, like, that's definitely the spare room. That's definitely the wardrobe, archive, nook, gallery, nursery, office, storeroom. It's just these last three. Hallway, security, storeroom. Is delete this a red herring? I don't know. Because I was following that one, meaning that we needed to fuck around in the archives. It's only when we got the office. Is the password Swansong HSS? Fuck yeah! 1 million internet points to Chorneris. Welcome to Home Security Surveillance with me, your home. Security footage! What the fuck? Hang on, let me just write this down so I don't forget it. We did it. Yeah, the delete this was probably... Well, no, it's probably telling us to delete some of the footage. So we're going to start 87 and work our way through. Okay, 87, 10 a.m. library. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so that was definitely Herbert and Marion talking about something. So later that same day at the entrance. We've got a lot of footage to go over, friends, so if you want to put the kettle on, now's the time. That's not her. Is that Herbert? Maybe. Yeah, well, Akari, that does mean that he put the microchip in the plant back in, back in 87. Okay, and now here he is at security. Now at security the following day in the afternoon. Okay. So that's Marion. Okay, I'm getting so many screenshots of this. Akari, you're right. That's the metro station map from the new clue. Fuck off. Sorry. Dios is like, actually, she's reminding you to check your engine. Okay, alright. So now we jump forward to 1988. In the 80s, the 80s. There's no footage. 1989. There's no footage. Now as we head on into the 90s. There's fucking nothing. Do. 91. Nothing. 92. Nothing. 93. Oh! Okay, 1993, we've got lots. Okay. Now, it's worth noting. Is this American format? Anyway, the 11th of the 6th in the parlor at 6 o'clock in the afternoon in 1993. What the fuck? Dogu Bomb presents in association with Raw Fury. This is the fucking trailer. In a world where Herbert was so bored he made an entire mansion out of fucking puzzles.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all...
Welp, we fell into an ARG. Again.
Why does this keep happening to us?
I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly.
Taking way money screenshots this time.
Request is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45 room.
So Simple Chaos, thank you for the bits. Bronx is like, actually you're in a time loop and you have to start again with new puzzles.
All the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts in a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then his gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 8th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Yeah, so DJ Coyle, we cracked the security room puzzle. You can hear the fucking boiler going off in the background. Watch one of these be a jump scare. That would be a bastard move and a half. Okay. So, I don't know what security is. We know that all of the Rumpus Room ones are from El Halazara. I want to check what this security one is. because I think it's the first time we got into the security room and had a cutscene. Yeah. So now we can review all of the Simon cutscenes as we come in so far. Even with this bizarro sci-fi setup. There's a little My First Pith helmet there. Ooh! Akari, that's a very good point. We now know what day Herbert recorded his last will and testament. Okay. We don't need to go through all of that. Same with the BB Grotto. But that was 1990. That was 1992, right? Or was that 93? Ah, yes. Which means that these from 94 are the most recent cutscenes, or any cutscenes that we might find. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, Mum lists us clues to the Metro puzzle and the microchip, which we did solve. But, I don't know, still feels good. Like, I recorded the other two, the names of the other screens in case that's something that we need, but... Yeah. So I don't think this is a dinosaur sticker-worthy moment. But I'm happy with it. And we can call time in the break room, so we have a security key for tomorrow. Okay. Akari makes a good point. We should check the library again to see if there are any quote-unquote special books on the wall. But unless anybody has something that we should desperately do in this run, let's hit to the next day. Like, we basically solved the puzzle via the new clue. But the new clue was trying to... What we should have done was found that puzzle first, gone through that. And then use the new clue to mop up the pieces, but we actually ended up doing the new clue first. Well, I say should. You know, this is a puzzle game, and I love the fact that some of these have multiple solutions in it. Moose, the date of it was... Well, so far, Moose, we've checked every library book. But it was the one day that had the sign-in cards. All right, let me just get you the date of that one. Just before we hit break room and tap out, because, I mean... This one's... The security room's pretty easy to get back to, but just in case. Okay, so 87, 10 a.m. library. Okay, the 2nd of the 9th. In the library. Alright, I've recorded it, done it. Alright, so we're going to hit exit on the break room, and then new day. Puzzles we're still working on. Corridor. Castle. And fuck the Hall of Mirrors. I need to turn that into a... to shred that card. A resplendent shopping centre. Oh, there's so many rooms. Okay. Day 88. Okay, let's go get our outdoor treat. And then we're back in the paint. Also, and again, DJ Coyle, I know you've had a crack at the clock puzzle. I'm very grateful on that one. I'm not saying that I couldn't do it, but I'm very glad that you have already cracked it, and we can just smash that one in. All right. Shelter or root cellar? What do you think? Oh, we could do shelter, telnet into security, or we do shelter and telnet into the laboratory before we even get started. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Because root cellar, dig spots, sure, great. That usually gives us pretty good synergy with the kennel, but I think the shelter plus the laboratory is the way to go. And I'm going to do that. Because I'm headstrong. Yeah, and we do, you're right, we still need to go back to the archives. We need archives and patio is what we need. Okay, remote access terminal. Few terminals. We want laboratory. So come on, something easy plus boxes. Okay, experiment setup. Continue with experiment. Okay, so each time you unlock or bypass a security door, whenever you draft a shop, for each room with a fireplace. Akari, I'm inclined to agree that fireplace is the way to go for removing a tunnel. Plus, any workshops that we draw will also remove a crate. So, plus when all of that comes together, we can come back to the shelter and just unlock every door. Because I have a high feeling we'll proc this experiment hardcore. So, boof. Start the experiment. Yeah, well, so Leoshi, we have the security card, which is cool. It's just when will we get a security door? If we don't get a security room until halfway up the board, we're fucked. Whereas we are guaranteed to get a lot more fireplaces. Yeah, we got den, we got parlor. Dining room. Off the bat, let's go. Wait. Oh, you son of a bitch. Because of the fucking bay windows, it doesn't count. Oh, you bastard. Alright, alright. Sadly, we need our commissary. Shovel. Sledgehammer. I can't remember. Does the compass fuck us? Or do we like the compass? I know we don't like the cross. I can't remember if we hate the compass or not. We hate you, compass. Okay. More than northern doors. And we're friends at north in here. Alright. Alright, just opening this pit up. Breakfast nook. Wait, does boudoir have a fireplace in it? Yeah, and Chorus, that's the one I noticed, was that actually the 4 doors combo seems like it's going to be great, but you burn through them super fast, and then you're just drawing archives with no protection. Alright. Okay, well, it's an extra key, or first key. Alright, let the games begin. Bedroom does not. West Wing Hall. Yeah, we had the shelter today, so it's not awful if we get... I'm already regretting not picking kitchen. Okay. Alright, let's back it up. We need coat check. Well, I feel like 4 doors plus... Oh, wow. Alright. Hallway's always unlocked. Thank you, foyer. Alright, come on. Coat check. Okay. Den. Not terrible. First crate removed from the tunnel. The drawing room will be obscured by windows. We can check library, but library leads to nothing. Workshop. Drawing room should have fire, but we don't yet have the emerald necklace, so that'll be our last gem. Oh, but the drawing room is basically net positive, so yeah, drawing room. Let's go. Good at math. Game is reminding me that gems are not trivial. Coat check. You're a legend. Coat check. I don't have to find gems. Oh. Yeah. Still even gets a fireplace without the windows. It's interesting the fireplace is never lit in there. But we've already done laboratory. Oh yeah, Chonrus, that's a good point. Yeah, the drawing room fire is vital. Parlor has a fireplace but is a dead end. Spare rooms maybe got something but leads up. Laboratory leads us back into the foyer. And because it's an experimental house feature, we still get another crate removed. So I'm going to go for that one. I feel like I have to just be... yeah, gift shop. Okay, I'm going to go back down through this way. Just do it kind of rank by rank if we can. Ultimately, if we just end up chipping away at a few boxes, that would be great. Although an ideal scenario would be that we get the... Okay, workshop it is. That we get the veranda or the patio or something that will allow us to... Well, something that allows us to get the patio or gives us the patio. For here, for the parlor, we'll pick this one. So we can logic puzzle it up. Okay, logic puzzle time. Blue says, there are 2 statements on this box. They are both false. You are a fucking paradox. There are 2 statements on this box. The gems are in the box with no true statements. And so that was the white box. And the black box says, there are 2 statements on this box. If this one is true, it says that the gems are in the box with no true statements. This has no true statements on it. This one has 1 true statement and 1 false statement. I think it's in black. What about y'all? The gems are in the box with no true statements. Sorry, I don't know if you were at the beginning of the stream, Shauners. I bit my tongue while I was asleep last night, like hard enough that it woke me up. So if I've been saying things a little bit weird, that's why. So being the one with only 1 false statement. Okay. Blue and black are false, so white has to be true. There are 2 statements on this box. They are both false. There are 2 statements on this box. But this is the only one that indicates to when... This is the only one that indicates to where the gems might be. The gems are in the box with no true statements. Black is 100% false. Yeah, okay. Gems. Give me the... Yeah, gems! Look, I appreciate you lot when we're playing this because, as I'm sure you know, there is a world of difference between, like, you know, playing a game for just yourself or you and the homies, or playing a game when you are mentally exhausted and free battery, stressed to the nines, and also hosting. So a lot of the time those logic puzzles, if I was just me by myself quietly sipping a cup of tea, I could probably work out given enough time. Now, to my knowledge, we actually haven't found anything with tunnel that we need yet. Between the utility closet and the garage, we don't really need the utility closet, but it does remove a block. The garage gives us keys, which we desperately need. But either way, we are left with 1 possible exit, which is the Mount Holly gift shop. The tunnel moves us forward, but I don't know. There's something to me that says the tunnel is going to end up... There's more to the tunnel than meets the eye, and I think it's meant to implicate that the tunnel is maybe how Marigold got out without being rumbled. Like, I'm going to take the garage. You can yell at me later if that was the wrong move. Or yell at me now. Just, you know, screeze. Okay, firstly, Kari, bacon's fine. It's not a cult. Unless the only way it would work is if Bacon has set up the most complicated script of all time to, like, automate bits and nonsense. And Simple Chaos, yes, there was a blessing that let us take an inside room and make it an outside room, which we actually used with the garage. And that was how we managed to get to the Super Shrine. Now, we've contemplated bringing more of the black print stuff out. Please be good. Please be good. Alright, it's got to be the hallway. Oh, thank the gods. But... it's got to be the treasure trove, because the other 2 just block us in more. Oh, maybe there's something with having the tunnel outside. Ooh, okay, let's add that to the list of things to test. On our, like, I basically made like a mini quest sheet. Treasure trove outside. Tunnel outside. Okay. Friends, I don't know if we're going to have enough money in this run. But we'll have to try. It's what Uncle Herbert would have wanted. Oh, fuck you. Sorry, not you. Okay, throne room. That's good. Reclaim the crown. Now, it does say on Reclaim the Crown that the crown listed is the red crown, not the blue crown. So I do wonder if that's what we've got to be aiming for, but... We haven't managed to get the red crown to the throne room, to my knowledge. Okay. And honestly, I don't think there's anything that we need specifically from the... Oh, wait, no. The archive has a chance to spawn for the powered setup, and we have the shelter's protection. So it's not a terrible idea to get that out of the way now. Piss! Look, Simple Chaos, I didn't say I was giving up, you know. 99% of gamblers give up before they hit it big. That's a fact. Okay. Alright, Evil Face. Ooh, Happy Swirl. And a boat. Honestly, I'm just trying to get the observatory back up to... back up to 50 so that next time we need to pull a very specific room, we can. Ah! Actually might bust out that silver key real soon. Wait, what's the third dig spot? Okay. Because again, we've got the shelter outside, so archives is fine. What do you reckon, friends? Boudoir or classroom? I think both are good for us right now. Sorry, the in-game shadow made me look over my shoulder. Boudoir is a more fun word. That's all the inspiration that I needed. Dice and gems. Okay, but I am going to try this one, because the sooner we can pop off the patio, the happier I'm going to be. Alright, special key, silver key. Alright. Coryard or business fish? Because we don't have the kennel yet. But we do have keys. Why am I even asking? It's business fish. Sorry. I know business fish is taking like a little leave of absence at the moment. But yeah. And we didn't find any other X marks the spots on any of the other pieces. So, unless someone's been sleeping with the fishes. Okay, the kennel is probably the smart bet. However, I'm gonna go security because that's another box out of the area. And honestly, what are our goals? Our goals are to get the patio and the archives at the same time. The chances of that, not crazy high, at least not while I can't, Huh. That's a good point. Where's the security camera? Oh, yeah, he had them all taken out, didn't he? If I can, I'm going to... Alright. Chapel. We're sheltered from 3 red rooms. That was our second, unfortunately. Because guess who remembered that the aquarium counts as a red? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay, okay. Come on, patio. I know you can be here. Alright, I'm gonna re-roll on patio. Come on. Alright, you're doing this on purpose. Yeah! Okay, okay. Okay, we have a patio. Okay, file cabinet. Now, we just need the archive. In one of the words of the worst Metallica songs, in my humble opinion, nothing else matters. We do not have the stars for a 4-door. What's the best Metallica song? Now, here's the point where if I was being a douche, I would say something like Whiskey in the Jar. You're welcome. No! Oh, okay, you know what? Fuck it. It's furnace time. Because I was like, oh no, if we draw a furnace, then we have the archive effect. Fuck it. Like, what else are we working on here? We pull the furnace. We still have 2 other doors that we can work with. And then that, like, drastically increases the chances that we'll get the archive. Call me Doritos, because I'm currently hot and spicy. Yeah, hit it and burn this house to the ground. Woo! I'm drunk with power! And also drunk! I'm not, I am lamentably sober as a judge. Oh, it was sheltered. Piss the bed. Damn it. Alright. Well, we've just got to hope that my luck is terrible. And that we actually pull the archive now. Fuck it, showroom. Why not? DJ Coil, we'll see you when you get back, friend. Moon pendant? Sure. Master key? Sure, hope he doesn't. Alright, well, we don't have to worry about keys or coins or anything like that now. Bobby! I miss having a dog about. Anyway. We've got plenty of spaces and plenty of steps. Well, actually, less than we usually have, but that's because I haven't been... Okay, special key. Master key. Okay, courtyard. Always unlocked. Oh no, we want vestibule. I completely forgot there was a whole, like, area the other way. So yeah, we can go morning room and then down. I mean, it's not like we really desperately need gems right now. However, can't hurt. Set ourselves up for what would be success tomorrow. Am I zooming? I feel like I'm zooming a little fast here. Okay. Sorry, just Chaunerus and Peeps are pointing out that because it's a 4-door, it's unlikely that the archive will spawn on the wings. We don't really need either, but the breaker box means that we at least get another crate removed. And another courtyard, okay. Oh wait, no, this is our first courtyard. We've been kind of, I've been salad dodging this run. Okay. Yes. I'll take the tunnel, but I'm not liking our chances. Wait, I think I've got one more left in me. Alright, there we go. I'm good. I'm good. Piss. Alright, then we'll go pump room. Because yeah, you're right. Let's get business fish back home. Alright, so that's 3, which comes in through here. So pool. Pool comes in through the back. because we fully checked all the places where we could be finding good shit. So at least now the pool is empty, the pool is open, and Business Fish is back with us, where he's supposed to be. Fucking mock me. Is this a game to you, Dark Room? Yeah. Okay. So, we have the dining room, which is almost entirely straight down, which we can get to and have some food there. We also have the kitchen. Hey, no, look, Jonorus, we made headway on chipping away at the boxes in the tunnels. We can check to see if we've done enough. You know, we didn't do a massive amount, but, you know, we got there. And, like, we've already made some serious headway. Like, I'm going to say it, and not just because I want it. I think that the Swansong HSS, I think that's worth a dinosaur sticker. Perhaps not for me directly, but I think that is sticker worthy.
This is the mug store. We have lost our savior, Business Fish. We shall return to our normal messages. Get us out of here.
Well, Akari, thank you again. Like, you've been throwing bits in consistently, like day in, day out, and I hope I say thank you every time. And I'm real glad to see the mug store coming together. Well, the I should say the ugly shopping district. But just thank you. Also, Business Fish is fine. It's like think of it like he got like a little retreat. Okay, now where's the coat check? Coat check's up from commissary. Ah. Oh, Shauna, see, again, I'm glad one of us is paying attention. So whilst the aquarium was being sorted for cleaning, Business Fish was over at Business Fish was over at the ugly shopping district helping with like business management solutions. Yeah, that sounds like him. Okay. So, let's go check the tunnel. And look, I seem to have a little bit of the zoomies about me. I think it's just a good day, you know. So, is there anything else we should be checking in this run before we begin the next one? Okay, looks like we've made some headway here. Is the chess puzzle available to activate? Possibly. Alright, so what's this? You son of a bitch! Ah! Ah! We need to clear 7! Ah! We need to clear at least 6 boxes. Let's say 5. Simon doesn't get weird with it. Sorry, that incoherent screeching you just heard there. So we've cleared the tunnel. We will have this available to us in the next run. Except. What we got was another archival key. So yeah, we need like 4 to 7 boxes cleared for the tunnel finish. Yeah, for the love of God, Simon! Climb over the box! I'm finding it harder and harder that this is not taking place in old-timey England because of the repression of this child. Okay. Alright, I don't see a break room. Okay. So, friends, miscreants, speak now, or Federer, hold your peace on this particular run. And I am going to make an executive decision and put a very sparkly sticker on the security page, because I think we did great there. I'm going to put a spaceman doing a skateboard trick as our sticker. Yeah. They say money can't buy you happiness, but money can buy a collection of sparkly stickers that you can put on your own work to make you feel like you're succeeding in life. And no, Akari, we don't have the break room today. We chose to do the pump room rather than the break room just so we could chip away a little bit more. Oh, fuck. God damn it! And Bronx wants squats. Things I do for you lot. Simon used to be a member of the Blackout Club, and that's how he destroyed his knees. Oh, good. Okay, okay. Right. Oh, bloody hell. 5 more. Oh, Chonorus, we're not quite done with the armory because we got 2 more uses of the axe. So we need to decide what we want to remove the gem cost for. I'm still thinking the trophy room and maybe, I don't know, maybe maybe the aquarium? Oh, we at 2 at 3 uses? I can't remember because we've been using the emerald bracelet now for so long that like I haven't even thought about gem costs in weeks, which has been very nice. Let me fuck off. Installing more squatting. Fine, fine. It's just me, a poor streamer, ruining my knees for your entertainment. Okay. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay. Can't help but notice no one was playing the tiny violin for me there. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Next day. You know what, Bronx? Actually, I think it's really cool how many people are also doing like the squat along, which probably needs a better name than that, but you know, now that I don't really get out anymore, it's good for me for having like that kind of continued exercise, because I used to walk everywhere. Day 89. And yeah, we did check out the... Oh! The moon pendant delivers! Okay. So the 2 things we're going to do while we're outside. I'm going to grab the key. Hey! Friends, miscreants, legends, we are joined by hero to the people, Dan Jones. How you doing, mate? See, I know you've played the hell out of this, so I don't have to worry, but look, I'm sure Dan gave you a primer. Like, this is Blueprints, this game slaps. You should absolutely play this the hell out. Like, you should absolutely play this yourself if you haven't seen it before. If you've already watched Dan play through it, I don't know how to tell you where we're at. So, just settle on in. Oh, is Dan doing a Raiden run? Which is entirely fine. The only reason I always interrogate people when they come in is because this is also my social time as well as my job. And I miss everybody. You know? I was actually talking to Jess about getting to work with DJ in the past was definitely one of my highlights. It was great. You just get to natter on the daily. Miss that. Anyway, if you're still here, DJ, miss you, homie. Hope you're doing good. How was Subnautica 2? To the rest of you, hello. I think everybody in knows me, so I'm not going to bore you with tales of nonsense and games industry yore. But yeah, we're on Blueprints. We're currently trying to take the archival keys to the archive. And we just unlocked the security footage. Exactly, Cleo. Now, I was pondering it, Moose, whilst I was squatting my little legs off. I think what we need to do in the library is look roughly where Herbert was and see if any of the books on the shelf is something we can feck with. Shit. Like, Schoolhouse is fine, but we really want... I'm thinking we should actually go Toolshed. As I want to get the archive. And the Schoolhouse is great, but will limit what we get in terms of, like, reds and stuff. Yeah, Moof, we have seen the books that Mary took out the library prior. Like, we've seen her name in the... Schoolhouse does mean rerolls. So that does increase the chances of us being able to get the patio and the archive. Possibly, Moose, possibly. Does anyone want me to find out? Okay, we're going to try the Schoolhouse. Because we get rerolls, so that increases the chances that we can get the archives and what we want. And now that we know that there may be things hidden in drawers. But yeah. So yeah, to everybody that came in, I hope you're having a great Thursday. We've talked so much about Subnautica 2 today, and I'm sure you've all seen that it's selling great, which is really something to celebrate. I was very kindly gifted a copy, although I probably won't be jumping into it until version 1, just because I am deeply afraid of sharks in the open water, yet have played both Subnautica and Below Zero and had a fucking good time doing it. So, I am well aware of the oxymoron that brings forth. Damn. I want that library, but... Actually, no, you know what? I'm going to do it. Library. So, Marigold was here. Back to the bookshelf. Alright, what were you fucking up to, Herbert? What were you up to? Checking your shit, Herbert. mean, this is a rich man with a penchant for puzzles. It is still wild to me that there isn't a secret bookshelf in the library. And yes, that is me mashing the button. No, I will not apologize. Oh, AR, you're right. It's literally called the secret passage, and we use it all the time. Man, I might need to make another cup of tea or something. Okay. Jesus, we've been at this for 86 hours. Our average day lasts about an hour. So, Moose, do you know what I would do? I would make the house so that the whole thing essentially fit on like a grid structure, so that a tabletop RPG could spill out across the table to like any part of the house. Like everything's on a grid, so any piece of like terrain or furniture or what have you could fit into that like TTRPG scale. That would be amazing. Okay. All right, classroom, you're up. Oh, well, AR, that's lovely to say. You know? And again, I really appreciate all of you who've been kind of indulging me on this one, because I got to Blueprint well after everyone else. And that has definitely... Oh, free salt. That has definitely helped, but at the same time, it's meant that there's still a lot of folks who either gone through it or are just, you know, who are unlikely to play it in the future, but still holding hope. Ah, code check. Yeah, Simple Chaos, you get it. Okay. So as an FYI, on this run, we have both the Emerald Bracelet and the Master Key. There is nothing we cannot open. We are Draft Masters now. If only the game would cooperate. Are you fucking me sideways? Sorry, forgive my language. I had a feeling this is how it was going to go down. Okay, there we go. Classroom, doing good. So. Now, to my understanding, the patio and its friends will only really be drafted on the sides. Oh, absolutely not. You know what? Fuck it. Fine. Boudoir it is. So what we want to do is find a nice 3 spot after we found the patio and then try and draw the archives off of that. All right. Commissary, you're up. magnifying glass, and a shovel. We don't need anything else. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Verdant. I'm sorry if I'm doing that, like, brain stupid tired bit, but... Ooh! Okay, for the attention of Miss Hannah Person. Hannah. After a few false leads, I managed to track down one of the old textbooks from your list. The original compendium was in archival storage on a restricted floor of the campus library, to which I unfortunately still have access. However, I'm devastated to report that pages 36 and 37 pertaining to your query had been removed. It's such a shame that the progress of higher academia is constantly thwarted by political whims of the CBE. The CBE? If you wish, I can transcribe the surviving page and send them to you, but I don't believe there is any mention of cause of any of their text. Your friend, Professor L. Charity. Okay. Sorry, I was about to be like, wait, DJ says fuck? DJ swears? Right? Oh, my word. I'll have to teach DJ some swear words. I've got some bangers. Okay, class, today we're going to be using the term distended butthole. I am going to redraw so we can get that corner, though. Fine. But we are aware of the Red Guard, but I don't believe we have heard whatever the term is for the CBE, right? We know they basically have their own, like, quasi-Gestapo bullshit going on. I'm Fearless. You're welcome. Okay. So yeah, we're currently trying to get the patio and the archive at the same time. Ideally, we want to get the archive later on, but we'll just see what the gods give us. Little fire appearing out of nowhere. I'm sorry, distended what? Well, apparently DJ doesn't swear, so I have to teach Dan Jones how to swear. I'm sure DJ knows. I don't honestly think that Dan doesn't know how to cuss. But I don't know, maybe Will's cussing lessons could be an interesting stream. Ooh, win. Okay, we have the Knight's Shield now. So, we can just keep rolling until we get the archives. But yeah, little fire, I hope it's all going good. We are... Okay, that gets us in the same place and then gives us more rerolls. You've started calling people bin bags being here. Look, I honestly think that distended is one of the best multifunctional insults that you can use. Someone said that with a British accent, anything that's described as you utter, you proper, you total, it doesn't matter what the next descriptor is, it's always an insult. You absolute bin bag. You total teapot. I think that something distended also works. You know, you are an absolutely distended sink nozzle. Alright, we're re-rolling till... Well, there's hopefully archives. But I'll take passageway. Simple Chaos once called a co-worker an unattended rhubarb patch. A chronic disappointment. Alright, I'm gonna try and get the lab stuff going. So keycard system, we want to turn the system down to low. Okay, I said low. As in shorty got. Okay. And then we'll use the Mount Holly system to connect to the lab and see if we get something. Oh shit! Yeah, Akari, you got the Yaldum. What are you gonna do with that? Okay, remote terminal access. Connect to the menu. Sorry, remote terminal access. View active terminals. Laboratory. Do we get the shelter protection from logging into the PC, or is it just the radiation detection? Yeah. Upgraded. Increase in lock. Well, no, Akari, yes, the radiation detection comes from the shelter. I was just wondering if, like, by connecting to a... Because both the laboratory and the security rooms don't directly have... Oh, you bastard. Don't directly have an effect. Yes, okay. Night Shield. Archives is in. Yes! Okay, so first things first, we're going to use the key. Because this is the one we opened before. And that gave us this. Peace, terms, and surrender and all that nonsense. Now, we need to see where the rusty key gets us. Okay, it's not this one here. Okay. Apparently I was zooming a little too fast there, a little too blasé. Huh. Oh, Quasi, what and welcome. How you doing, friend? These seem to be blocked by this. Huh. Okay. Likely opens a drawer somewhere on the estate. Long buried file key. Oh shit! Quasi, we're happy about this, right? Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. No, the when we came in, the drawer was already slightly ajar. Oh, actually, Akari, that's a good shout. Oh yeah, happy about all the other stuff too as well. I find it's polite to ask these days. You know, when people say they're moving or they have like big news and stuff, I'm like, are we happy about this? But then, like, Quasi, congratulations. Like, obviously, don't give us too many details. I don't want you to dox yourself. Sorry, I just got a very important text from Jess that says, "Nerd." Obviously, I had to respond to that very moment. Okay, so Archives is being a jerk. And yeah, it's not showing any of these other ones as being interactable. So, yeah, once we get into the Foundation... You know what, fuck it. Let's do Classroom into Foundation. Oh, we already did into Foundation. Nerd. So yeah, old and rusty, the only file cabinets we've seen that hit that is the ones in the little mini office that was used by the excavators. Because the other one didn't say rusted key, it just said like archival key or file key. Okay. But yeah, so there are loads of them in here, if I remember rightly. But I don't think... Yeah. See, those ones are blocked. Maybe it's one of these. If it's one in the metro, then we'll need to retweak the reservoir again. Oh, joy. But yeah, I think the only ones old enough to have gotten like properly rusted are down this way. Moving to Chicago. Way cool. I know nothing about Chicago, so you'll be my person on the inside. And yeah, I can't imagine moving with younglings in the ilk, but I know you got this, and I know you got this. Sounds real cool. Yeah. See, because it's the only one that's in this old setup. Okay, keys. The key fits. And inside the key, to the Baroness of Mount Holly for her own hand. Okay, numeric cores. Huh. So these are the pages that were removed because her royal, the Baroness was the one teaching class, and she'd requested these books on numerics. All right. Okay. Quasi, I'm happy to be the background noise, but thank you for sharing the good news, right? I always want to hear people's good news. I never want to hear about dead celebrities. I don't care. But I do want to hear about a good thing that happened in your day. Like, if you cooked up something awesome, or if you have good life news. Like, tell me that. Sorry. One of my bugbears is when you're, like, in a digital space, and someone comes in unprompted, and then is like, oh my god, did you know? Count Von Count just died. It's like... Whoa. Cool. Thanks. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this info. Obviously, I used Count Von Count as an oxymoron because the Count will never die. Blah, blah, blah. He's outwitted more people. He's outwitted more vampire hunters than any other vampire in existence. Like... They're doing a reworking of the Vampire Lestat. sorry, I should say reworking. The same team that did the Interview with a Vampire as a prestige show is doing the same thing with the Vampire Lestat. And when you stop and think about it, you know, for all the Lestats, like, I'm a real vampire, and I'm out here, and I'm doing rock and roll, and I'm so cool. Count Von Count was on a TV show 5 days a week, every day. Not in every episode, but he was out there, living his life in New York. He didn't get killed and get slain. Just saying. Bronx, that is officially my favorite dad joke of all time. There are no good vampires. What about the one on Sesame Street? He doesn't count. I assure you, he does. Okay. Numerical cores. Math nerds, you'll have to work with me on this one. By the third era, numeric cores had fallen completely out of favor and were no longer being included in proofs by serious arithmeticians. That's a magic mathman. This concept, once considered sacred, was now regarded as an over-engineered concept that only served to slow further advancements in the fields. As Philip Wilkins once famously put. Arithmeticians, yeah. So the steps to finding what is called a numeric core. Take any number with 4 or more digits. Without changing the sequence, split that number into 4 smaller numbers. For example, 86,455 becomes 86455. Next, assign each a different color, resulting in a valid mathematical equation that produces the smallest whole number possible. The first number should always be assigned teal to begin with a positive, i.e., plus 8 minus 6 times 45 divided by 5. God damn it, Herbert. Have you been teaching me math this whole time? Have you been teaching me math against my will, Herbert? God damn it. The puzzles that we have been doing in the fucking break room, it's been teaching us how to find the numeric core. If the result is a number with more than 3 digits, repeat the above process. The final number you obtain that is less than 4 digits is considered the numeric core of that larger number. Yeah, that dartboard is a weapon of math instruction. Goddamn asshole's been teaching me math against my will. Okay. Now here's the torn bit of numerical core examples. So 86455 becomes 8645545, 5, which becomes plus 8 minus 6 times 45 divided by 5, which gives you 18. So, okay, 3614 would then just be simply split up into 3, 6, 1, 4. So plus 6, and then the rest. We've got some serious math nerdery going on here, and I don't entirely know what or where it's going to pertain to. Anyway, I've recorded both of these now. Now it's interesting that the concept of the numerical core is something that was removed by the bastardocracy. Also, I'm going to come back around. I'm going to come up through the workshop and just do some more of this little, like, underhaul. See if we can maybe get a sandwich shop going or something. Sorry, friends. Brain drifted into the dark there. My apologies. Okay. I was just trying to think where we've seen those numbers, and you know where we've seen one of those numbers is in the meeting room, if I remember correctly. Yes. I don't want to waste our Jesus. In this way in the archives, I don't want to waste our re-rolls in places where we can use them. Okay. Bedroom it is. Okay. Not amazing, not terrible. So, her ladyship was looking into whatever this core math was, and for whatever reason, it was removed. I don't get it. Unless the concept of math cores is something that comes from... I don't know. Okay. Oh, actually, we drew loads of those rooms, so we will get 15 extra steps. And Fred, what and welcome, sorry. We just got handed a great honking big math puzzle. Essentially, every time we've been doing the dartboard puzzle, the game has been teaching us this concept of, what was it, core numbers. Apparently in this world, core numbers was an antiquated technique for doing big old math nerdery. Mathematical cores, thank you, Jonorus. There. Fuck it, we'll do it in the classroom. See if we don't get anything else. Yes, I have been checking the teachers' desks. And I'm still hoping we can find something else. Although that last one from the quote-unquote teacher's desk was pertaining to... like, basically maths that got hidden. There's that fucking scepter. Is this the only time we've seen the quote-unquote scepter? The scepter, the stone, and the crown. Fucking looks like he's holding the cursed idol, doesn't it? God, I wish I had a zoom. Them destroying a railway. Okay. There's the bastard murder blimps. Yeah, so AR, I'm keeping meticulous screenshots. So yeah, so the crown, the scepter, and the cursed idol are required to retake the throne. Now, we've not had head nor hide of the scepter. I mean, the only thing we have seen of the scepter has been blink blink. the stone version. Okay. Man, for whatever reason, security has been fucking arsey. Alright. Really hope. Oh. We've got a little bit of lockpicking there, so that's cool. We need a key card. Bastards really penned us in here. Oh, so yeah, so Bronx, thank you for being obscure on the question. So no, we still have 2 more Sanctum doors to do. So while we could possibly brute force Herbert's whole journey just by taking the postcards that he's left us, I'd like to... The Sanctum doors is one I'd like to do all of them for, you know? Okay. Check the teacher's desk again. Okay, no more notes so far. Loads of apples, though. God, this master key is amazing. Oh no, we can redraw loads. East Wing Hall! Let's fucking go! So yeah, what we want is we want to get over onto the other side, and it's blocked us in with 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you know what, AR? I was thinking the same thing, because we don't need gems for anything else. So let's take the study. No! Yeah. The classroom just leads it back into itself. But the next classroom will probably be the one we need to do the most rolls on. And I want to save those I want to save those dice, because we have 1 life, essentially. Oh, yes! Herbert, you fucking legend! Okay. Also, do you all notice the mysterious oboe music just stopped? Gonna be honest, a little worried. Okay. Alright, gymnasium. This can be your time to shine. Yeah. Oh, secret passage. Room of our choice. We can't get the patio here, right? Patio's gotta be... Patio is edge only. And we've done the Mount Holly gift shop, the commissary. The showroom would get us across some more. Halls of Holly might not be a bad shout, because if we get the Hall of Doors, we have the master key. Oh, J-Post, what time welcome. So J-Post, I don't know if you saw my messages from earlier. Thank you so much for sending in Subnautica 2. I shouldn't say old friend and once super Jarl ruler Camille also sent through Subnautica 2, and as I don't get the chance to talk to Camille very much, I've sent your copy back, which I believe means you can either gift it to someone else or get a refund. Seriously, thank you. We're trying to get the patio. So yeah, I think we should do the Halls of Holly. Oh, so J-Post, we actually did that whole thing of that people were... I was trying to work out whose I should accept, and everyone was like, oh shit, it's Hades. Yeah, Great Hall. So yeah, but J-Post, like, I wanted to say big thank you, and I really appreciate it, you know? Oh, that's way cool. But yeah, we're deep in the paint in Blueprints and having a bloody good time doing it. We just learnt about a new kind of math, and no, not that poor bloke who was given AI psychosis. Well, actually, we learnt about an old kind of math, technically. Aside from that, we are desperately trying to get the patio. Okay. All right, we're gonna go spare room, because then we're either gonna get the patio here, or we'll get a classroom. Yeah, see, classroom does us wonders. Back in grade 8. And before you ask, no. I'm not taking that fucking exam again. That gave me nightmares. Redraw. I've got 11 redraws. Yes! I've never been so enthusiastic for a patio in my life! Oh, that's cool. Okay, file cabinet key. Long buried. Literally, look, it says buried below. Occasionally, you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain rooms. With a shovel, one may be able to excavate these suspicious dig spots. And it was right the fuck there. Fucking assholes. Oh. To work on a game like this would be wonderful, just in full bastard mode. Okay. Okay. So, let's see how far we can take it up here, and whether or not we can find, like, the kitchen or something. We've got lots of steps, but to get back to the archives, we do have to go all the way back through to the gymnasium, West Hall, passageway, security, boiler room. Sorry, security archives. Classroom for the clock puzzle? Yeah, I guess so. Although Corriyard opens up the pit, which I'm not against. Excitable gremlin noise. Fuck yeah. I had a good teacher. Well, it's totally against opening up the pit. You gotta fight for your right to party. You said that? Beastie Boy said that. Okay, okay. Now the clock tower wants to show up. I mean, we need it. So, Also, the patio is now... Hang on. Let me just see if I can just wedge the fucking side open. No, of course not. Alright. Now, we've been doing a lot of Faffermancy. Now, this was the puzzle we got stuck on last week. Alright? I think we've just missed it. So... An antique silver stopwatch. The next minute, you will not lose steps when entering a room. Keys will open doors. I have the emerald bracelet and the master key. I don't need shit. Well, so Chornerus, it was kind of... I needed to bring the stream to a close, and also my brain was goo. Like, if we brute forced through it, it would have just been me relying on you lot to solve the puzzle. Okay, so, yeah. This has got to go fully around the hog before we can unlock this, so we're in no rush. But that does mean we can do this puzzle this evening. Okay. Boop. Okay. Huh. That always looks weird. Okay. Fuck it, let's take the treasure trove. We'll get some stuff off the gymnasium. Who likes money? Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, I guess we can. We don't need the keys for anything else. Two realms have the same color banner. Now that's green, which means it, depending on the font, it's a lie? Yeah, that doesn't... Green means true or false. Doesn't really help us. Alright, final classroom. I'm not picking it up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your horse shit. And I don't see anything there. Okay. Oh, friends, will you bear with me 1 second? I promise I'm not just trying to trap you all in the nightmare room. Okay. And I'll leave the mic. I just need to check to see if we need anything. Okie dokie. Sorry about that, friends. J Post, thank you for the 100 bits. Seriously, thank you all, right? Thank you all. I try not to be a fucking mess every day, and then you lot are fucking lovely. Okay. Now, I think we checked the rest of the graduation room. We did the test. We're not doing the test again. We did our time. And if we check the current file cabinet key, likely opens a drawer somewhere. Now, I still think that is the archive drawer, but we'll see. So we'll see in a bit. Now, what was the other room that we were after? Because we've got the clock tower now. That's not going to be ready for a while. We have 12 redraws. If that key isn't for the archives, I can't think where else it would be. The rusted key was a good workout. We have a shitload of money, but any of the... I guess the shop would be... the kitchen would be a good one. And Tronos, we did record the final test. Because there's definitely something hidden towards the end of the final test. Like, hang on. How we pick this next room, and then I can show you... I recorded pretty much all of the pages. I'm just trying to think what else we need. Oh, yes, the 4 mechanical rooms. No point fishing for the mechanarium. How are we going to get 8 mechanical rooms? I guess shitloads of rerolls and the Hall of Mirrors, maybe? I guess that's when we need to go out in a very specific manner, because we'll use our star power that day to do rerolls. If we need nothing else, freezer to lock stuff down. Um, 60 steps is a lot of steps. We don't need more food. There isn't anything else we can pull out from the vault. I mean, there are other safety deposit boxes, but there's nothing in there. We got the sanctum key. Fuck you, Rumpus Room. Ballroom. Break room. Because it's an upgraded room. And we're going to do a quick bit of cheeky math. So we've got 8. Okay, so that's 8 times 2 minus 13 is 3. Oh, piss. 5. What's that? 5 times 3. 5 times 3 is 15. No, hang on. Hey, Baron. Watto and welcome. How you doing, mate? Okay, my brain completely short-circuited there. It is, but I'm still... I think that's 5 times 3, but then is that plus 18? And then times... No. So that's 5 minus 3. I'm trying to remember the colours equate the math stuff. But because we were just doing the whole thing on core numbers, my brain has shut the fuck down. I need to... Okay, firstly, I need to move the whiteboard. I realised it was giving me like a creepy-ass Halo thing going on. Ugh, fuck you, the sun. Hang on, let me pop the kettle on. I need a cup of tea. Bloody cold. Stop it. Everything is confusing. I'm very hungry. Okay, Chaunerus, thank you kindly. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Fucking hell. Alright, it's back on being a bastard. Which is... It's just one? Of course. Bastards. Because the final step is 1 squared. Yep. God bless you all, you beautiful math nerds. Okay. So we got 2 more things we can draft. You all want to gamble it all at the casino again? That does mean this is our last draft. All right. Holy butter. Yep. Full stop. Gamble big. Choo choo, Mother Hubbards. $100 wager. Here we go. Big money, no whammy. Big money, no whammy. Make money, money, make money, money, please. Oh. Well, that would have been fucking useful at the beginning. So I just saw Chaunerus says, do it. Do it. Give us another roulette 100 red. Okay. So, we're going to take this key down to the archives. And then we're going to take this bracelet. Okay. Key to the archive. Bracelet to coat check. And then with the steps we have left, we're going up to... Hang on. Let me just check this just in case. There's no way to avoid the gymnasium. Okay. Classroom passageway. Oh, lucky rabbit's foot. Then we want, yeah, security into the archives. And if it's not in the archives, then hey, we know we need to be hunting. There are lots of cabinets here. It won't be subtle if we find it. Ah, pool. Ah, Minnesota. Ooh, okay, so upgrade disc. We haven't had one of those in a while. Thankfully, the security room's quite close. Okay, East Reddington Hospital, certificate of birth. This document attests that Mary Matthew Epson was born to Lady Clara Epson and Simon H. Sinclair at this hospital at 4:05 a.m. Tuesday on the 22nd of January of the 6th era, 1958. The witness thereof, East Reddington Hospital, certifies the information above is true, as verified by its duty authorized officer in the Fen Area's Registrar of Persons. Oh! Friends, bear with me just a second. I'll be back in just a moment. Hello, hello. Look who I found.
Did you find me or did I find you?
That's an excellent question. I found. Ha. Okay. Okay. So, you sent little fire pictures without context? That's worrying.
Who did?
Akari.
Oh. On Steam? Can you send pictures on Steam?
I don't think so.
Where? Where did you send me pictures? Hold on.
Okay, sorry. So. Okay, so yeah. So we know that Mary was her ladyship's kid, which I think we knew. I guess the only interesting thing was that Mary took her mum's name of Ebson, not Sinclair. Like, this feels like it's important. Obviously, I've recorded it, and there doesn't appear to be anything to, like, magnifying glass divinate. Chonra says, I also think that's the black seal of Ordina Eris in the corner. Yeah, I can't actually turn it over.
Were you about to make tea?
Yes. Would you like some? Can I steal a tomato?
Oh,
You're gonna go.
okay.
Not for baby. Well, maybe for baby. Wait a second. It's salad. She can have that. It's just hands are getting cold, brain's getting slow. Barry! God damn it, Barry! Apparently, I'm everybody's raid target tonight. DJ brought in a huge raid earlier. I guess because I'm probably the only person who's not playing Subnautica 2 right now.
Did you make cookie?
I'm in the middle of making tea, Barry. All right, how many of you want tea? Tell me what your tea order is. God. Barry, how was your stream? What were you up to? What were you playing? God, there's loads of you. Space Mouse, Mills Guy, Sokoh, Tomfoolery, Cat and Strike, Not a Werewolf, Skyward Frog, a mild-mannered apricot, Outlaw Eric, Rusty Keys, Tridreth, Naragata, Chai with a bit of milk, easy, straight black tea, English brekkie. We've got the Trader Joe's English breakfast tea. That's not bad. It's not amazing, but Yorkie Gold is expensive out here in Seattle. Oh, and Caffeine would like that tea squatted. Oh, fuck you guys! I've done so many squats today. They were doing the thing where they would wait for me to sit down before throwing another 10 in.
Well, that's how you get the extra swap.
Okay. So, to everybody who's joined us, Watto and welcome. Thank you kindly for the follow. We're in Blueprints. We're deep into the paint. And I know it's, with so many of you here, like, my little butt's like, oh man, I need to bring these people in. Maybe today is finally the day. Dave Twitch will acknowledge my existence. However, Blueprints is as good as everybody says. If you haven't had a chance to play through it yourself and see it, I would hate to be the person who spoilt it for you, but I really recommend it. Okay. Yeah, because Jonas, that means I've done 60 squats today. So. So yeah, come on in. You're all cordially invited. Because I assume if you know DJ or you know Barry, you've probably seen all this game has to offer. But if you haven't, don't let this be what spoils it for you. Okay, so on that account, yeah, I'll get those tea orders in and make your tea. For the standard English brekkie, but also squats for your enjoyment.
Oh,
yeah.
Let me get my camera.
Putting on a show. Dinner and a show. That's the long ship way.
Nice.
1,
Nice.
2,
Alright, let me just...
3,
Nice.
4, 5,
Mhm.
6,
Okay.
7,
Yeah.
8.
Okay.
I'm getting objectified here.
Good.
9 and 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a redeem.
Close up on my arse. Well, yeah, so Space Mouse, I know DJ went hard on it, and I know Barry had played it. It was just a case of like, also, I know I'm an order of magnitude smaller than Barry, and there may be folks who are just kind of chilling and illing casually in the, I don't know how your the Barry squad are referred to, the Barryites, the Barry's battalion. I was trying to think of something involving like the French battery, the French barritery. Yeah, that didn't work, did it? That actually hurt to say. Barry's house guests. Come on in, but take your shoes off. So yeah. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, Barry Squad. I'm going to go make Little Fi's tea. Then I'm going to come back. And then I will take you through where we are in the story, where we're at and whatnot. And then let's go from there. All right? So, yeah, I'll get those tea orders in. And yeah, if you're still here when I get back, then I'll know you're in for the whole ride. Hello, hello. Kari says, boo, we're out of squats today. Look, I'm poor. You wanna bribe squats? We can.
$2, I'll send you a video of squats.
You can't sell my ass for $2.
I'll do whatever the fuck
There's
I
not
want.
there's not much of an ass to sell.
I can make some money.
I'm sure we could.
Sold.
God damn it! Oh, she's been sold for less, eh? I'll have you know, I apparently actually have something that resembles buttocks now. Yeah. Let's see what we get for upgrades. Okay, so before we work out the dollary-do amount of squattage, friends, miscreants, legends, this is where we are so far. We have done 6 of the 8 sanctum keys. We've done all of the red letters. We made it to the antechamber twice. We have unlocked the throne room. We have not managed to get the red crown to the throne room yet, to my knowledge. We managed to get the blue crown there, which didn't do anything. We've gotten into, obviously because we have the throne room, we got into the server room, and we just today managed to crack the security puzzle that got us into the security archive footage. Okay. Oh, the cloister.
What did you call me?
She just called me a slur. Oh. Okay, that is metal as shit. Now, to my knowledge, is this the first time that we've seen the god of death referred to as Draxus? I love this game. Okay, Chonos is saying, so the red cloister is strong because it costs 0 gems. This room has an upgrade for all 8 angels. That's fascinating. So it's just the ones that we have available here. Now, Chonos is recommending the Cloister of Draxus, but like, I don't know if you can see how fucking metal this is. The little garden becomes like red metal, and there's like bleeding walls and shit.
Oh, okay. It's not a phase, Mom.
It's not a phase. Simon suddenly drafts a fucking Hot Topic store in part of his deck. So it's called Draxus. He has wings in the drafting guide. Now, it does say for each dead end that you will draft from this cloister. So we know of 7 angels, but we now have 8 angels. So yeah, so if we check our chapel guide... Oh, to those of you who are new here, this is my blueprints booklet with dinosaur stickers and shiny stickers. And I've got like all the pages broken down into different rooms and puzzles. So we've got one for the new clue, you know, the grid map, which we did earlier on for the spelling puzzles and all of that stuff. We're also doing the clock puzzle right now. So once we've finished fecking around here, we'll have like a little chat section up there. So you can only draft dead ends from the Cloister of Draxus. Ah, but it's so cool. It's so cool. Now, someone mentioned that if we were going for the sweepstakes challenge, Bronx said that includes rooms that say they're secret, that say they're dead ends, but kind of aren't, like the secret passage. No one threatened me with donations for squats, so I'm safe. So DJ Coil says they picked Rihanna and were happy with it. It's just the puzzle sicko in me is looking at this and being like, there is no situation in which you would ever pick the Cloister of Draxus. So is there? No, Chaunerus, you're fine, friend. You're fine. Now we don't need any more allowance. We get like what, 70 gold to start. And you're right, they're not going to lock one-way choices behind sicko stuff. It's just... You can see what I mean, though, right? Like, gain 4... Oh, I get it now. So the Cloister of Draxus is scary, but if you drew this early on, sure, there's 3 dead ends, you just locked into it. But you can get 12 dice. So the Cloister of Draxus is all about, like, it's a scary roll, but you could end up with so many dice you don't have to worry. You know, right. We're probably going to go with the Cloister of Rihanna. It's just... because more green rooms is something that we need. Have I considered, though, how bitchin' and metal it looks? Would I spend the rest of our playthrough whinging that, I can't believe I chose the Cloister of Draxus, that was so stupid? Alright, you know what, Akari? Bet. We'll put it up to the squad. So we'll do a poll. We'll do just a quick 2-minute poll. Because, like, the Cloister of Lydia doesn't matter for shit. Sorry, Lydia. Nothing personal. So we got Rihanna green and we got Draxus red. Okay. 2 minutes. Do you want me to allow me points? We're just doing this as a flat vote. Flat vote, let it be fair. Okay. Done and done. All right, friends. 2 minutes. Choose between Hot Topic red and Lucky green. Rihanna green or Draxus red? Poll started. Okay. Hot Topic all the way. All right. Got 2 minutes. So far, 1 vote for green. Okay, no, it's balancing out. Oh shit. All right, that red's screaking ahead. 2 for green, 5 for red. Eee, I fucked up here. Oh, okay, it's almost tied. Halfway there. Vote now on your teletext devices. It is currently Rihanna Green 5, Draxus Red 6. Oh. Once I'm done with this, I might see if Barry and Dan are up for doing, like we did with Silk Song, like a wine and cheese night. Oh, it's 7 apiece. There's probably like 15, 20 seconds left. I am suddenly nervous. I am Jack's nervous energy. Oh, it's coming down to the wire. It's a fucking tie. I don't know how you did that. I don't know how you did that, but you did that on purpose. Okay. Let's go for the Cloister of Rihanna. I'm cursed to want to pick the sensible answer. Okay, so we need to put the emerald bracelet back away, eat food in the dining room, and then we're going to go wait in the clock tower. So to those of you who come over from Barry's lot, have you heard of a game called Project Silverfish yet? What time is it right now? Oh, we've got ages. Oh, and there's me lockpick. Yeah, reset the clock. I'm not even sorry. I actually hope that the individual making Silverfish has enough success and time. Is that a second battery pack? No, I guess we just got one in the other runs. I hope the person making Project Silverfish has enough time and resources to put in, like, this level of puzzle. Oh, and for dinner, quail. So basically, last week, we finally cracked the... I shouldn't really call it a puzzle, it's just patience. We cracked the clock tower, but it was right as I was getting towards like the end of the night, and I was beat, like, just mentally and physically exhausted. So I had to just be like, no, all right, next time on Game Grumps, like we'll come back to this the following week because we've been playing this every Thursday, and yeah. I need more things to buy in the gift shop. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a wait. The thing is, DJ Coil, I know if we start another run, that's going to be the most crazy unhinged run. Now we've got Mary's birth certificate, Mary Matthew. I feel like the Matthew part, the MM of it, is very significant. Oh, no, actually, we haven't got too long because this is the clock the right way round. That hand's just got to get up to 2. So it's actually not too bad. Mary Matthew Epson. And hey, you'll know I can talk that long. But yeah, so to everybody who's coming over, if you haven't heard of it, it's become a fucking meme in our lot, but there is a game called Project Silverfish. It is a heavily inspired by the Stalker series indie shooter. Realistic guns, but rather than it being, you know, Chernobyl exclusion, it's Scientists tried to frack the Feywilds and broke everything. I've been playing it. It's currently in early access, and it's incredible. I got to have another runabout on it last week thanks to Simple Chaos. And even having spent insane amounts of time in it, I'm still finding cool new shit. Oh, dang it. I'm on the wrong side. Mary Matthew Epson is short for Marshall Mathers Epson Eminem. Oh, Bronx, we could take the exam while we wait. Or we could not have ourselves a small panic attack. I mean, we could, once we're up there, we could go over the answers that we took and see if they equate to something. But honestly, if we do this and then the Sanctum Key, I think that'll be a really good cap for tonight. Because, yeah. We've still got feckin' ages. Hang on, so it was like... We said 7 minutes per in-game hour. 7, 14, 21. So we got half an hour. We got half an hour until we hit it. We should take the fucking exam. Problem is we didn't get like a graded sheet back when we did it last time. So while I do have the Will's compendium of screenshots ready to go, we didn't mark our answers. So at the final exam, periodic table stuff, we managed to nail all of those. Then we had these problems right here, which again, I have a feeling is like doing the whole breakdown. Like, notice again in this. Oh no, that's 5 numbers. Okay. So much of this to work out. Now, this was an interesting one. Can you find the difference? This one we had to just kind of fucking guess. First Crown Ruler. General T-Skin. Third Era was the Railway Destruction. Or was it 6th Era? 6th Era was Railway Destruction? That was when they started getting all xenophobic and stuff. Damn. Did actually miss some pages. Fuck. Now, this last one was an interesting one, which was like in Ancient Ordinian, the number 8 was considered to be mathematically near perfect. God, I guess I missed a... I must have panicked as we got towards the end of the final exam, which definitely caught me off guard. And there was a couple of spots, where was it, where... Where was it? There was one where all of the answers seemed to be a hint from Herbert in some way, shape, or form. Darn it. Okay, yeah. I don't know if I have it in the tank to take the stress of the exam one more time. Unless... I don't know. Like, final classroom's just here. Oh, no. Oh, no, final classroom's on the other side. Oh, not too bad. Yeah, Akara, you're right. Okay, so let's do some fluffy hangout questions, like how you're doing. What are you all playing right now? To those of you who are jumping eyeballs deep into Subnautica, are you having fun? Tell me your tales. Oh yeah, Barry was on Subnautica too, right? I wasn't going completely loopy on that guess, right? I don't really have anything super exciting going on over here. You know, just surviving, doing my best. Pete was saying they're trying to steal Soul Silk Song. Our good friend Dan Olsen has actually written a really good guide on how to clear Silk Song Steel Soul mode. It's really cool. What was I going to say? Oh, I am, like so many, a Dungeon Crawler Carl fanatic, and have gotten a few chapters into a Parade of Horribles, which came out this week. My friend just learned that there's like little messages underneath the slipcovers, and it was very fun to be the one to introduce him to that. And honestly, like, aside from that, all my interesting games have been on stream. Yesterday we did Snap and Grab, which was, imagine Hitman, but non-violent and an 80s kind of heist game. It's rough around the edges, but it's got that real spark, and it's gonna slap. Let me see. Bronx rolled credits on Pragmata. Did we natter about that? But I'm so happy Pragmata's doing as well as it is. And starting on Cat's Quest 3 tomorrow. Lovely. And continuing Blueprint's 100% completion and lore. The thing is, Blueprints does such a brilliant job of you don't even know how much you don't know until you're deep in the paint, and I really appreciate that. Like, loads of people have compared this to Myst, but I'd actually disagree, because with the core concept of Blueprints being a drafting game, it's a deck builder, essentially. That initial entry point makes it so much more accessible. You're not just sitting there bimbling about. You know, obviously with Myst and Riven existing in times before everyone and their friend had internet all the time. All right, how we doing? Ugh, still got ages. Yeah, they have no tutorial phrase, and they throw you in head first. And that's not bad. It's just, you have to learn the language of the puzzles of Myst and Riven at the same time as you're learning the game. Still got 28 minutes. Oh man, I wish we had some Doja blocks to plays. Stairs in game dev. But here's the thing. I know what's going to happen if we start another run. Hang on. Hey, I still have the file cabinet key. Why wasn't that used up? Is there more? Damn. Bronx was saying they played those back when they were brand spanking new. They were too abstract for my young brain. I went all in on Sierra stuff and LucasArts stuff, Myst just infuriated me. But I did love Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, Day of the Tentacle, etc. Those are a little bit more approachable because you have the game pretending to be a movie logic, which is a little bit better than a lot of the Moon logic. I'm just going to say this with love and respect. Fuck you, Discworld, the point-and-click adventure, you indecipherable bastard. Eric Idle is a treasure, I think. But I have cursed his name many, 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 many times in succession. Okay, I actually need to stop fucking around with all the walking up and down and stuff. That's right, we'll look at the sky from here. Because once we do this, we'll still need to get to... Oh no, I think I fucked us. I think we can't do this. We would have to go down, back through the foundation and come back up. Or clock tower to exit. I can get it from the outside, but do we have enough steps to get back that way? 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. And yeah, it's only 3 underground. Okay. I'm just going to stop shuffling back and forth. So we're going to go in the clock tower. I'm going to stay in the clock tower. Okay, see, we're making good headway. We're at X. Once we get to I, then we're doing good. I'm just waiting downstairs because the crunkety-crunkety's a little sharp. Fred said, stay in the clock tower in JRPGs taught me that's a 100% safe decision. Absolutely. Nothing bad happens in clock towers. Oh, speaking of, it's been really fascinating because both Jess and I are horror nerds. Jess knows far more than I do when it comes to like horror movies and things, and more about horror indie stuff, but we both have a similar kind of grounding when it comes to like retro horror games. So we'll watch a lot of like Dungeon Chill and shit like that for falling asleep and entertainment. And one of the ones that's really interesting is people talk a lot about Clock Tower. They usually talk about the PS1 remake onwards with the weird, dodgy cutscenes. And no one talks about the fact that it is basically like if Resident Evil took the whole like point-and-click adventure into survival horror, then Clock Tower took the whole like point-and-click adventure straight the fuck into horror in such a fascinating way. It does not get talked about nearly enough. Does anyone clueless as to what I'm nattering on? Okay. You signed up for this.
Yeah, but that also means I can talk my shit.
Okay, just in case somebody lurking does not know what the fuck I'm talking about. So, Clock Tower was a game on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System for your television set devices. It was a Japanese horror game that kind of followed the classical horror tropes very, very well. You are a little orphan girl with your little orphan brethren. Yeah, you are. You and your sisters all come from the orphanage because you got adopted by the same guy. Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, hang on. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, so Clock Tower did a bunch of things which now aren't really considered very revolutionary, but like you played as a little girl, you could only run for a little bit before you got extremely tired, and you're being chased by this weird-looking ghoul dressed as a Victorian child with a huge pair of scissors, and he stalks you through the mansion. You can hear the before you see him. Ah, Jontron. I spit his name. But yeah, Clock Tower was the one with the scissor guy. But what was so fascinating about it was that it had shit tons of endings. So things like, if you went, fuck your sisters, and decided to just hop in the car and bugger off, you could. Scissor Man's waiting in the back. And throughout it, like, you could give up at multiple points or try and get out of the house in multiple ways. The true ending is you save all of your, orphaned brethren who are all going through awful fates in a very point and click but timed kind of manner. And then you all get out together. And it's just so fascinating that loads of people talk about, the Scissor Man and Clock Tower as a series, but people seem to miss that at its core, Clock Tower was almost a point and click adventure. And it was intense, because at any point, Scissor Magoo could show up and be like, hey, what's up, nerds? In fact, the whole idea of kind of like the persistence predator enemy, the nemesis, wasn't really fully utilized. Okay, there were obviously video games that had predator enemies in them before Resident Evil 3. But Resident Evil 3's nemesis definitely brought it to the mainstream. That good old stars. And so I find myself like still thinking about it. Like, this is kind of fascinating because this does not go down a horror route. But it's weird to think that horror and puzzle have kind of always been like side and side. The one thing that I thought was really interesting was the new Alone in the Dark game, which I've heard some Alone in the Dark fans really enjoy. I played the demo and it was neither alone nor dark. And I couldn't help but think of the Dark Quiet Death episode. And look, I get it, like, Alone in the Dark is a series. The first one opened a lot of eyes, and then there were some very silly entries. And then there was the Edgelord reboot, which actually sold very well, which was the New Nightmare. And then there was the weird French reboot. Yeah, you're right, Fred. Combined in Light doesn't sell as well. Loads of people in the bright drawing room doesn't quite have the same je ne sais quoi as Alone in the Dark. But yeah, I heard people who've been fans of the series really enjoyed it. I think they burnt a lot of money on Hollywood talent that they really should have put elsewhere, but that's just me. Dice, Watto and welcome. And Dice, I need you to inform these individuals that you are not part of a longship-based cloning operation, that your clones have not, and I quote, done a prestige. You are in fact fine. Oh yeah, so Dice, we're just having a little chill in the clock tower. God damn it. Dice says, my clones are 13 and 15 and live in my house eating my food. I think I've seen that movie. Okay. Alright. We're nearly at 11. Get round to here. Because, yeah, sorry, for those of you who just joined us, we're waiting on the clocks to solve the clock puzzle, which will get us a sanctum key. And then once we've opened that sanctum, I think that'll be our adventures for this evening. I am... Is that what I sound like? I'm ravenously hungry, and I'm going to do kind of like pork chop strips, kind of like steak fries, and asparagus for dinner. We're catching strays across the room. Age Elias. Ah, I did it. Yes, but there are 8 mini bosses that we must defeat first. Oh, Dice, I'm so sorry. Do we need to, you know, take some people out in Minecraft?
First off, I have a list, so we're not getting anyone else's list until mine's done.
Ah, fine. We do the murder list. I don't know. What would our murder duo name be? We can't be a Bonnie and Clyde. Them bitches. Oh my god, it's them bitches. It's got a ring to it. But yeah, we were just talking about, like, with Team Rocket. Dice, you don't even know how funny that is. Oh, you shut your mouth, Caffeine. Caffeine says I can't pull off a dress like James can.
I mean, listen, okay. Everyone has the unrealistic expectations, right? James is just a level of... Nobody can reach that.
One can dream.
Yeah.
Ash Ketchum dreamed of being the Pokemon champion for decades, and he finally achieved it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Will is obviously Meowth. That's right.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That fits.
Fuck.
That fits.
God damn it. I did see a whole bunch of fan comics about how Jesse ends up with Ash's mum, and they're incredibly wholesome. Okay, let's go upstairs and check. But yeah, I was trying to think of some other, like, games from back in the day. Because one that struck me was, I forget which YouTube video we were perusing through, and someone mentioned Terranigma. And there was a cacophony of comments being like, oh shit, what's Terranigma? It is not the setup to a Ligma joke, I promise you. Terranigma was a JRPG that had, like, you know, city management and this incredible, like, faux 3D scrolling effect that made you feel like you were, like, circumventing the globe. It was amazing. Who's Steve Jobs? Oh shit! Dice was saying the artist who did those Pokemon comics, working at Disney. Good on him. Is that the same person who did the pilot for the down-to-earth magical girl that beats a guy to breaks a guy's legs with a steel pipe? Indubitably fearless. Sorry, for all of you late night crew, we were talking a lot earlier about how I'm trying to be a little bit better about explaining rare games, weird games, games lingo, and games history. Because if you've been hanging out here for a while, like, your games literacy is probably fucking super high. And we were talking about Subnautica 2, and there are so many people that don't know about natural selection or how Unknown Worlds became a game dev team. You know, for a lot of them, they're like, oh, that's just the Subnautica guys. They're owned by Crafton, right? And it's like, come gather as I tell the history of Half-Life mods and adventures. I think I talked for like 2 hours about that earlier today. Hands up if you're shocked to find out that Will talked for 2 hours about Subnautica. You will notice that there are no hands. Okay, firstly, Fred, not a cult. But secondly, we did start playing... well, okay, Jess started YouTube videos of the new Call of Cthulhu game last night. And it's just called Cthulhu... Cthulhu the Cosmic Abyss. Sorry. And I've basically been brought along, but because of my, like, Lovecraftian, well, I should say mythos knowledge, I really am the nerdy little British steward following Littlepire around, being like, oh, well, you know, these ancient Sumerian statues. Littlefire did choose super hardcore puzzle mode. I can't wait to see how that pans out. Your patience tolerance for puzzles
is impeccable.
It is impeccable and has no flaws. That was the rest of my sentence.
Exactly. Goddamn right.
Oh, Felix has been playing that one. Yeah. Well, and Madman, I was as a youngling, I was crazy into like the Half-Life modding scene. I didn't do anything really interesting in it. I came off of the Total Annihilation modding scene, went into Half-Life, and just kind of, I flopped around and never really did anything. But I was obsessively on a website called Hangar 16. So like when the early versions of the Stanley Parable dropped, and a bunch of other experimental games and cool games, and Natural Selection, I was there like a fucking corgi with, you know, somebody else's shoe, just tearing that shit apart. And I guess just to give you the quick cliff notes. So the team who makes Subnautica now, they made a mod for Half-Life 1, Natural Selection. They started making a mod for Half-Life 2, realized that the amount of work they were going to have to do was the same as making a full game. So they made a full game, which was Natural Selection 2, available on Steam. And after they completed development on that, they moved on to Subnautica, which was one of a bunch of projects that they were prototyping, but that was the one they ran with. Subnautica, as you well know, sold gangbusters, and the rest is history. My teeny tiny claim to fame is that our time capsule in Subnautica 1 made it into the game before the cutoff. So if you play the original Subnautica, there is a chance you'll get like a personal message from us. Alright, we're at midnight. We've got about another like, I think like 7 or 8 minutes till we're doing our last puzzle. Oh, so Phyllis was saying there's a few things they wish they'd known when they started, but they don't want a backseat.
Okay.
So
I'm down for some advice.
yeah, then Phyllis, yeah, we're down for some advice. and while Fearless is doing that, yeah. So Minnesota, as Fred was saying, kind of like, as Fearless was saying that the unofficial trilogy of Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma. Terranigma is a terrible name, but it's incredible what they made the SNES do. Ooh. Oh, Phyllis is gonna type it up. I thought you were just tired of my bullshit. What have you got? Oh, and Madman, thank you kindly. Who says you're not self-sufficient? There we go. Okay. But no, I was just thinking about like other titles that still have such a huge impact on games that we just don't talk about. And it's interesting because like some of the very, very prolific content creators are quite young, and the gaps in common knowledge in games can be quite pronounced, because especially if the person making the video looks like me, they don't tend to do too much in the way of deep research in games because of that assumption that they know everything. Oh, okay. Phyllis was saying, analyze everything. Oh. You'll always have more charges for analysis than you need. Don't hoard it. Okay. That's cool. Can Will talk for 20 minutes inside the clock tower? Yes. Okay. Hesitate at least, like build suspense. Will, are you making generalizations about gingers? No! I'm making generalizations about white people! We're having taco shells from the grocery store and ground beef from the grocery store. Actually, Fred, the history of arcade games and their impact on varying places, I think, is fascinating. Yeah, because like for those who don't know, like Fred and I, we are old friends at this point, and we've discussed varying like landmark arcade machines over the years. But it's like, it's another sphere that's not really discussed well. Like Fred and I often talk about games like Alien vs. Predator, the side-scrolling arcade game, which had like one of the most robust fighting systems of all time. But also the massively under-discussed, and I have to make sure it's the right one because there were multiple Dungeons & Dragons arcade games, but there was one which actually had leveling and builds and items and stuff and multiple pathways through puzzles that you could solve in an arcade game. Oh, and Phyllis was also adding that with Cthulhu Call of the Underwater Bubbly Bubbles, there are multiple ways to solve a puzzle, but some will give the Eldritch more power than the others. Ah, okay. And well, so caffeine, the one I was thinking of was Chronicles of something. Okay. How long we got? Alright, we're almost there, friends. We're almost there. So we're at this point on 1. Once it gets over to here, we're good. For some reason, the metallic noises up in the clock tower are grating this evening. And, Age Elias, I did not know that that is the actual reason behind those multiple bars there, is to account for thermal expansion, which would change the length of the pendulum and thus changing the time. Huh, that's very clever. Oh, you know what it is? Chronicles of Mystara is both Tower of Doom and Shadows of Mystara smashed together on Steam, isn't it? Yeah. God, my brain. You know, one of the ones that I like to bring up in terms of like arcade games that had a huge impact that people don't know about is a you'll remember Tony Hawk's Ride. Well, multiple different machines over the years tried to do that but arcade, i.e. a skateboarding arcade machine, and most of them sucked. Ollie King, or Ollie King as I've always called it wrongly, is no exception. However, the soundtrack would the soundtrack came from the era where like Sega ruled the arcades. It was like Sega, Capcom, Konami were all doing battle in the Japanese arcades, and Sega were coming out on top for like spectacle and size, like, and so they were smashing out arcade machines as fast as. They gave a young composer the soundtrack to Ollie King, who would go on to do Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future, which contains remixes of those original Ollie King. Now, the Ollie King soundtrack was more almost like funk, reggae, with a little bit of kind of, I don't know, not quite all the way into like second wave ska, but really around that point. So Jet Set Radio's like fast, upbeat style came from this like, I don't know, faux Japanese Jamaican funk. And Jet Set Radio is definitely one of those like hella influential but not discussed as much as it should be titles, at least in my humble opinion. Yeah. Well, and so Fred, that's always a fascinating like intersection of the D&D to AD&D shift that happened coming out the 80s into the 90s. You know, the internal strife that happened with like Dungeons and Dragons, and then its weird kind of bounce back into popularity. Jay posted they were doing something else and heard second wave ska, and they're perked up their head like a dog hearing treats. Yeah. Jet Radio Star? Is that like a brand or something? Don't make me summon DJ Professor K. He has a doctorate. It's always nice to know I can summon at least one person by mentioning specific eras of ska, because ska has defined me as a person, and I will never turn my back on ska. DJ Nemesis coming at ya. Scar. Bring the trumpets. Someone said that Chris Redfield's an SCP, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about that. That's how we can punch boulders. He's not people anymore. Just remember, friends, if you want to know what Resident Evil is really about, Resident Evil is about trauma and how different people deal with it in different ways. Chris went to the gym. Jill got a lot of guns. A lot of guns. And Leon learned how to suplex a motherfucker. And, I don't know, bought some more joke books or something. Yeah, well, and Fred, it's wild to think that for a while, home consoles were the berated, and I can say this, red-headed stepchild of video games. There we go. All right, we're back. That, like, back in the day, that people would say, like, shit, this is almost as good as the arcade. You know, especially moving into the PlayStation Saturn era, you know, as we moved away from, like, cartridges and fixed hardware into, like, into CDs and discs and things like that, and suddenly the great music, you know, the great visuals, those were achievable on home console systems. Alright, who wants to beat the fuck out of a clock with me? Okay. Now, for those of you who are over in the Longship Discord, DJ Coil did put together a, like, collection of hints of how to do, of what each of these says. You are all weapons free to help with this, alright? Now, if, like, Jeff DMK, you already know the solution to it, please don't tell us. But if you haven't cracked this yet, come puzzle with me. Because, if I was Simon right now, I would be looking at these clocks. I would disappear out of frame and I'd come back with that fucking sledgehammer screaming. So, we have our clocks. From left to right, we have, you guessed it, 8 clocks. Each one has a clue, either a blue clue or a red clue. I'm going to read them out. If you want to take notes or otherwise, we are going to have to basically set each of these clocks to the correct time. And the time is done by true or false logic puzzles. So buckle up. Clock 1, in blue. Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. Now that's blue, so we know it's true. No 2 times the same. Alright. Clock 2, blue. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Alright. So they can't be the same, but 5 of them need to end on the hour. Clock 3, red. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. Okay. So we cannot set this to a time containing all different numbers. Now, to me, that says that it should be all the same numbers, and it should be midnight. Alright? Which makes it one of our on the hour. Oh, I guess because it's standard, we could also do 1111 or 222. Yeah. Yeah, the one rule is no 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Sorry, yeah. Now, next clock, which is clock number 4, in blue. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. So this needs to have a 7 in it, and this needs to have a 7 in it. Oh goody. And as there is no 777, so it's got to be like 117, because it can't be all different numbers, right? Or, you know, or 227. Okay, now, number 5 in red. This clock should not be set to on the hour, ending in 00. So this one needs to be in 00. So this means this one has to be 7 o'clock. Okay. Now, number 6 in blue. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Piss! So that means this bastard over here needs to be 227. Okay, DJ Core, let me get through them, but I think you're right. Fuck. 227 contains a 2. I'm very tired. Okay, clock number 7 says, this clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock, but in reverse order. Okay. And the clock, and the last one, sorry, that was in blue, and the last one in red. The clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Okay, so this one has to be 5:57. Ooh, I like that crack. I know what it is. DJ Coil says the last one is true because it's handwritten. Right, because it's not printed. Okay. Alright, let the math puzzles begin. DJ Coil, Akari, Chornerus, if you crack this, let's fucking go. Okay, so the first one is 5, because it has to be one of them, and it's the earliest time. Okay. This is like I said, this is math logic puzzle, so. And this one. Yeah, so we really only have 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, no, we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we can't use any of the others. So we've got 555 and 556 for 2. Ah, okay. Okay. 5, 555, 557. Okay, so this one, this clock's neighbours should both be set to a time containing a 7. So this one needs to be, I guess this one can be 7 o'clock, right? So 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock rock, 999. Yeah, in between should be 6. Okay, I get it. Gotta go around the hog again. Okay. I'm fighting. Okay, so that one is 7. This one can be anything. This has to be the same as something in reverse order. So 7. So this could be 8, 9, and then I guess. So 2 of these are 8 and 9. Okay, so it's 2. Okay, so that's 8. And and then this one's 9. So then what's our final contestant? Oh, this clock should be set to a time that contains 3 numbers on another clock, but in reverse order. So reverse order is 8xx. But we don't have another one that's 8 in reverse yet. And so the last one is going to be 9 something. Oh, so this one needs to be 8:59, and this one needs to be 9:58, right? Oh, fucked it up. We need a 900. Okay, so to review, we've got 5, 5:55, 5:57, 6, 7, 8, 8:59, and then maybe if we can make the 8 out of something else. Wait, if we... Oh, that one has to contain a 7. Alright. What's the non-zero zeros that we have? Currently, number 2 is 555. Number 3 is 557. And then we have 8:59 and then 9:58. Because these are kind of like the reversey-pursey of each other. But obviously this isn't correct. Like, here we go. Okay, and we need 5 clocks. Should be set to on the hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 1 more. And we can't change one of them round to midnight because it's not 24-hour time. It can't contain a 1 or a 2. This has to be something starting with 8, but has to be the reverse of another clock somewhere. Sorry, I'm looking over at you lot, and I'm just like, if we've got to find one more to be a 000, who can it be? Why did I set the repeating 1 to 555? Okay, if you've worked it out, just fucking say, alright? Because this is one of those things where you all were saying, like, this one can be one of these. So I was like, alright, well, it's then 555. And if this one has to be 9... Oh, you son of a bad word. Then that means that we need the repeating 1. Try 558, 558, yeah, except for that doesn't work, because this one has to be 7. So this could be 548. Oh, no, false. So 556 unfortunately doesn't work because this has to start with an 8, because we've got our 6 over here. So this one right here has to be the reverse of another clock. This one is free to be whatever it is. Okay, let's try 07. Oh, sorry, 08. Okay, so we've got 508, which is ahead of 5, and then 80 on it. Around the hog. Fuck your clocks! Fuck your clocks! Get fucked, clocks! Get fucked, clocks! Get fucked, clocks! Wunderbar. Yeah, it was the 0 that threw me there. As business fish is my witness. Okay, so now, unfortunately, we have to head out the front door, but the... Okay, so we need to go... Treasure Trove, Secret Passage, Gymnasium down. So Jeff, we worked this out last week because when I kept looking at the clock, my brain was like, oh, well, there's clearly a cog missing, which is why that piece isn't ticking through. So we're going to have to look and see if we can find a cog somewhere. Now, we just had to be there. We just had to be there when it worked.
So Barry's crew, what was your favorite part of Will's stream? I liked it when Will stood there and got fucked with by a bunch of clocks.
Okay, firstly, that is entirely fair. But I showed those clocks who's boss. I'm clock boss. Also, Bobby. Bobby! Oh, damn it. Bronx, a clocks to fuck. That's very good. Twitch doesn't let me do a cuss on my stream title, otherwise that would absolutely be what I was going for.
Sorry, I just lost my breath.
Okay. Now let's go hand in this sanctuary key. And in theory, we should know enough about this last one, or at least from the absence of others. Because this next one is either going to be the naval country or it's going to be the turtle country. I'm just amazed that Barry and Dan keep leaving their lot around here. You know, I'm just going to tell people, I'm teaching people some new swears, getting them all overexcited, pass them back later. So, what did you learn at Will's house? I learned how to say distended anus. Will taught me how to say the London version of me bum's broken. My word, where did you learn such filth? Turtles don't have navels, they're reptiles. Don't make me come over there. I have read the Busty Argonian Maid. I understand. Okay, so this is the 2 arches. Okay, I gotta dip back into our reams upon reams of research. Okay. Actually, what we'll do is we'll show on disk so I can have Realm and Ruins translated version just ready to go. Sorry, destroyed version. Time for Will to crank it again. Don't make me get the hose. That's destroyed Realm and Ruin. We need undestroyed Realm and Ruin. Note to self.
Will, goddammit, what have I told you about cranking?
Kari, rat me out, you bastard!
What have I told you about cranking?
I haven't started cranking it.
Twitch.tv.
I'm looking into the potential possibilities of cranking it. Rat me out.
Alright. Anyways.
Alright.
Let's see. Okay, so I guess this means we need to do all of that all over again.
Okay.
Good to see you.
So, if we go through all the countries we've been so far, we can kind of go over the kids' so from the kids' history homework, and if we look at the globe, where is it? I am trying to do historical puzzles here. Stop talking about my penis! Doody-doo, apples and pears! Sorry, for those of you who are new here, my other half, Little Fire, also streams. And because life is difficult, we often have to stream at the same time. And this has broken containment, something fierce. Okay. So this isn't Korakaya. This is either Vera or Morajar. I think this is Vera.
But if my schedule has to be, I go to sleep during the day and wake up at night. No, I get all the
Okay.
It's sad. All right, so we have
Oh, and Jeff, yeah, sorry for not responding. We just did Among the Clocks, so the last key we have left is called the last 8-4, or the last 8. Okay, so now we are doing. Okay, so now we are doing Vera. Now, what do we know about Vera? If we go to our stamp collection, I believe Vera is going to be the turtles. Yeah. So that means that Vera where's my, let's see, here's where I have like 15 different screenshots all at once, which means that Vera is going to be a hot turtle transport region. All right, so let's get to heating. Alright, so... we don't know Vera's culture type yet, but we can work on that one. I think yellow, because that's what's implied by the stamp. No, that's rainy. We want wavy lines for heat. Hot turtles in your location. 1 million years dungeon. No, that's not turtles. Okay, I think that's turtles, but let me just consult my notes. Okay, yeah, that's turtleback travel. It's hot. Yellow is spiky. And so then we just have to work out their culture type. Okay, I did just skip past yellow, so we're going to go back around the hog. Okay. Yeah, Dustin, you've missed an adventure. We got into the paint. We solved the clock puzzle, but before that, like, we found the secret security login for the security system, so we could see like what happened with Simon before. Fuck. That was all the culture types. Shit. So it's definitely hot. There's definitely turtles. What else do we know culturally about these dingleberries? Because Mora Jar... No, shit the bed. I've gotten the wrong way round. Okay, sorry about that. I got Vera and Mora Jar the wrong way round. Okay, so we're actually doing the sigil of Mora Jar. Okay, and Mora Jar is naval. Their color is white. And it's going to be windy as shit. Yeah, so we want the bow curved lines and the full round cross and setup. Yeah, there we go. So that's windy, full, and then we need white. White is with holes in. So yeah, so Reflective, we've been on a Blues Prince kicker today. We've had so many homies coming on in. We've cracked some massive puzzles. It's been a really fucking good day. I don't know the culture type of Mora Jar, so I'm just guessing. What do you mean? What do you mean that's not right? What do you mean? Windy, buckling under the waves, naval transport, ship routes and seaports. Like, the Mora Jar is the white The white something of something. Maybe, yeah, maybe I'm getting it wrong from the children's workbooks have thrown me for a loop. Let's go back and judge some children, which I'm very good at. And once we crack this, I'm going to give you all a whole bunch of sugar and leave you at her little fire's house. I'm just gonna get you all super riled up. Just send you over there. Okay. That's our math homework, dredging homework. Okay, well, geography. Okay. There's the geography worksheet. This is more a jar. You literally have a boat on this shit. Okay, what am I missing here? Because this is another round of like... Well, you know what? It's not definitely white. It's just that the the postal stamp references like the white something, you know, the White Isles. God, I've got so many tabs open right now. It's slightly unsettling. Okay. So yeah, so this is what we got from the stamp collection, right? Now, I know it's not blue because blue is not an acknowledged color in any of the runes. So it's got to be something else. Now, we can usually use one of the others, but it says the white something of Tory. And I chose to believe that the swirling elements around were based on like windy environments, but maybe they're the only temperate climate, which would be incredibly boring, but understandable. I assumed, because other regions are have their weather iconically. I mean, maybe it's a lack of, yeah, maybe it's a lack of spicy weather. Maybe I just assumed because their main, you know, travel and set up is naval. Yes! Those temperate climate bastards. Those windless winchbags. Okay. Na 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 na. I think we've been there in yeah, I think we've been there in Hell Is Us. Okay. So, all right, time for a spot of reading. After a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajar last night in good spirits. The people here are belligerent in their politeness, and after spending a full day among the Juralai, I am just as afraid of eating another dish as I am of rejecting their offers. I may try to sneak away tomorrow and spend some time alone with my books, as I have noted that each realm I have visited has one thing in common. They each have been short on solitude. It's a fancy little tower. Okay. Okay. Last puzzle of the night before I take you over to Gremlin Town. All right. traditional mode box distinguished by blah blah 3 grid. Regional variations with new colors. Okay. Oh. How do they bloody... So the white ones seem to... rotate about. Oh, done and done. I totally meant to do that whole solution exactly as it played out. Okay. Friends, Longshipians, soon to be unleashed upon the gremlins. That is our blueprints adventure for the day. Oh, I feel like I have run a marathon, and I feel like I have squatted my life away. So, to recap, we now have one last sanctum key to solve. That is the... whatever the last 8 is. Now, we did the 8th room of the 8th room, and we got, I believe, an allowance token. But we can still get that 8th key again, so I'm wondering if that's supposed to be like a, nah, you ain't done yet. We also have not solved the puzzle of the crown, the scepter, and the stone, but it did look like the Ordanian, not the Ordanian, the fascist bastards who took over during their coronation. The dude was holding the cursed stone, a crown similar to the red crown that we've been nicking out of the Fen Eris. Thank you, DJ Coyle. The Fen Eris crown, not the Orisodinian crown, which the true crowd, the true ruler. What can I say? I'm invested. So yeah, it feels like we made a bunch of headway today. I do think that Rhymes and Moose's theory about rechecking the library or checking the library book checkouts is important, because up until this point, we actually haven't needed to know who has checked out what book in the library, but it was clearly noted that our ma'am and other characters have checked out books. Oh, but yeah. My brain is goo. My stomach is empty. My teacup is empty. There are travesties afoot here. So I'm going to roll credits. Please don't go anywhere. I'm literally passing you over to my missus, other side of the room. All right? So for you, the party don't stop. Much like S Club. Just because there ain't no party like an S Club party. Not a lot of people know that. Ooh, and also, Jess is currently playing Butler Guillotine, which is fucking cool. But yeah, that's it from me today, dear friends.
The Mug Store is happy to see finishing another cranking session. Hopefully he can crank us out of here.
I have no words. You have defeated me. Crank it real good. But no, Akari, you have thrown in a bunch of bits today. Friends, as I've said, times are scary and times are tough. Whether you have just been lurking quietly all day, whether you have thrown in a whole bunch of bits or gifted subs or whatever, thank you so much. Yeah. The only reason I am still here is thanks to bits and donations, and they are very, very, very appreciated. But enough about that. Let me thank the following people who threw in, and then, yeah, you can go party at Little Fire's place. To Mab Min and the mild-mannered apricot, thank you for the follows. Now, whether you were celebrating 91 months or whether you were hunted by House Carl, I would like to thank Alnus, Sleepy Time Bear, Rynerd, Triumphant Obtuse, that person, Gina, Wolf OS, Sonata Note, Super Malmo World, Uberdan, DNL Rico, Gaze Pork or Gay Spork, your choice, Talu Buffalo, Failed Symphony, Dina Maxing, Equalizer, Hagaradar, The Man from Mars, A Fatal Crow, A Karmic Camille, and a Holy Bus Crusader. To Akari, J-Post, Eraman, PVS, Simple Chaos, Punspector, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Adventure, Vanderbeast, Mental Monk, Aeon Digital, you all put in literal cash monies. I'm fucking grateful. Thank you. To the whole mod team, not just Caffeine and Moose, but also Tal and Nova, thank you for keeping this whole thing going. And to both our legendary tier raiders, Barry and Hero to the People, because I'm Dan Jones. I can't imagine any of my lot don't know both of them. I really can't at this point, but if somehow you don't, please follow them both. Alright? They are individuals of exceptional taste. Right. That's it. That's it from Mount Holly. That's it from me. If any of you would like your complimentary white monster and bag of Skittles, I'm going to pass you over to Little Fire, who just had their hand taken off by a vicious butthole, it seems.
Oh. I guess that's what we're supposed to do, though?
If you haven't seen Butler Guillotine, you're in for a treat. Alright, but that's it from me. Love you all. Have an exceptionally wonderful rest of your evening, and I'll see you in but seconds. A good night.